order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Brandt.
Here.
Mayor Light is absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Kalogerovich.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do not have any blue folder items for closed session.
All right. And do we have any members of the public who'd wish to speak to any closed session non-agenda items?
We have no one present on Zoom with their hands raised. And there were no e-comments.
Thank you. What will we be discussing?
So we have several items. Item F1 is conference with real property negotiator, authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiators are City Manager Wazanski, Waterfront and Economic Development Director Kapovich, and John Goitz, Redwood Public Law, for property at 555 North Harbor Drive, Redondo Beach, 90277, a portion of APN 7503-008-901. Negotiating parties include Kevin Ketchum, Port Royal Marina, LGW Investments LLC, under negotiations, lease status, price, and terms. Item F2, conference with real property negotiator, also authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiators include City Manager Wazanski, as well as Waterfront and Economic Development Director Kapovich, and it includes the properties 100, 102, 108, 110, 112, 120, 122, 124, 134, 136, 138, 140, 142, 150, 160, and 164 on International Boardwalk in Redondo Beach, 90277, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. Negotiating parties are Patricia McKinsey, Concord Property Management, International Boardwalk tenants. Under negotiations are Price. F3 is conference with real property negotiator for authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. It includes agency negotiator, City Manager Wazanski, as well as Waterfront and Economic Development Director Greg Kapovich, for the property located at 123 West Torrance Boulevard, number 201, Redondo Beach, 90277, Pier Plaza, a portion of APN 7505-003-206. Negotiating parties include Brian Campbell, BC Urban LLC. Under negotiations is lease status and terms. Item F4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authorized under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of case is Diana Trejo versus County of Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 25, case number 23TRCV01219. Also under existing litigation is item F5 and F6, authorized under attorney-client privilege, Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STCP03193. And item F6, also authorized under the same Government Code section for case New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonard Postanovic versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRCP00203. Item F7, existing litigation authorized under attorney-client privilege, Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Case name New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al. For case number 23STCP00426. Item F8, also existing litigation, attorney-client privilege under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Case name is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, for case number 23STCP02189. Item number F9, conference with legal counsel, attorney-client privilege under Government Code Section 54956.9D1 for case in Ray 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD, cal case number 2-23-BK- 10918-ER. Item F10, conference with legal counsel, attorney-client privilege under Government Code Section 54956.9D1, case name Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sonia Traus, an individual versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive for case number 23-TRCP 00325. Item F11, existing litigation, authorized under attorney-client privilege, Government Code Section 54956.91, case name New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive for case number 23-STCV 10146. And item F12, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiation under closed session, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency negotiator, city manager Wazanski, employee organization, management and confidential bargaining unit. And that concludes the items for closed session.
Thank you so much. City Manager, who will be joining with us?
Yes, thank you, Member Pro Tem. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb. For items F1 through F11, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, and John Getz, our outside legal counsel on the matter. For item F2, Greg will join us. For item F3, we will have Greg and outside real estate advisor Brian Campbell. For items F5 through F, I believe, 11, we will be joined by Mark Weiner, Community Development Director, Diana Verrett, outside legal counsel, and Janetta Giovinco, outside legal counsel on the matters.
Great, thank you. Can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Motion to recess to closed session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. We'll be back around 6 p.m.
Thank you.
patience. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light absent, Mayor Pro Tem Kalijorovic.
Here.
You have a quorum.
City Manager, do we have any announcements from closed session tonight?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. Can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Mayor Light is absent, Mayor Pro Tem Kalijorovic.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. All right. So if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand and be recognized for your service. And tonight we have, let's stand for, well, we have a guest who's going to help us lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Augie, can you come on up and? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Augie. I am a fourth grader at Barrel Heights Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love going to the beach and eating just poke in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could all stand for a moment of silent invocation. Thank you. Augie, come on up. Good job.
Nice pin, by the way.
Well done.
Sweater.
Can we get a picture with you?
Oh my God, he's so cute.
Appreciate it.
And what's your favorite thing at Just Poking?
Cali
Cali Row? All right.
That's good.
Gotta try that out.
It's brave.
Thank you, Augie. And just an announcement, if any youth are interested in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, you can sign up on our website at redondo.org. Youth Pledge of Allegiance, right there. Thank you, Augie. Okay. We don't have any presentations tonight. Let's start with council announcements. Councilman Narenheim.
Couple of small items. Just wanted to talk real quick about I had my community meeting this weekend. It was nice to have. We had it outside and had the tables around and chairs around, and we it's like a little bit of a therapy session for the community. It was great. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. So I want to thank everyone for showing up. I like actually the format that it really worked, the way it worked out this weekend. Also wanted to talk about Veterans Day for a moment. I actually went to the Hermosa Beach Veterans tribute. It was very different than ours. I got an invite to go there. I'd never gone there for theirs, and I learned a bunch of things. For instance, their tribute that they have with their flag points northward, so it's actually a sundial. And it was very fascinating. I had a little flyover, and Councilmember Ray Jackson did an excellent job of being the MC for the event. He is a former Army JAG officer, and he has an amazing story actually about being in the military, joining up, why he even joined. And there was an amazing speaker there. You know, if you ever think you have your life is tough, life is rough, or you have it hard, had a major there in Marine Corps who was diagnosed with cancer a few years ago from an extremely rare form of cancer in the United States, terminal. All forms of this particular cancer are terminal. many years ago, and she talked about how she lived through so much, and she got this diagnosis that said, I'm not going to give up, and continues to be a Marine Corps. And what was so amazing about it was after, everyone said, nope, sorry, can't help you, can't do this, can't do that. She got one final phone call from a doctor in New Orleans who removed 1,000 tumors from her body, multiple organs, and she spent the next 5-6 months recovering, and she was able to stand in front of us today or yesterday and give a wonderful, amazing speech. So the power of our military family is great, and we had a great event yesterday. Thank our Mayor Pro Tem for hosting it yesterday. And, I really want to thank the team that puts that together at the Veterans Memorial for Redondo. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilman Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I have two announcements. One is the November District 2 Community Meeting will be held on Zoom. It'll be Monday, the 25th of November, starting at 6 p.m. I have two special guests. One is the city clerk. Eleanor Manzano is going to be there to talk about ranked choice voting and the previous election we had and the election that's coming up in March. And also Eugene Solomon, our city treasurer, will be there to talk about the city's investments and perhaps a little bit about charter changes. That's the first thing. The second thing is I want to congratulate the city of Redondo Beach on the passage of several measures, the first one of which is Measure FP. Measure FP is the first general obligation bond that I can recall that the city has actually done, and that was to rebuild and modernize our police and fire stations. And I want to thank my colleagues up here on the dais, Councilmember Kalajarevic, Councilmember Rabaji, Councilmember Barrett for placing signs out there, everybody working on the campaign. And it really shows what we can do as a community when we're all pushing in the same direction. It's a big deal. I think I mentioned to you guys that this is maybe one of the most important things we'll do as a council member is to plan for the infrastructure of our city. And there's nothing, as we know, more important than our police and fire. And so I'm hoping we're entrusting future councils with $93.3 million. I know it'll be spent wisely and the community be proud of the facilities. So, and thanks to the residents for voting for this. You supported our schools. Now it's time to support, our police and fire. So thank you on behalf of myself, and I know the other council members join me in that. And then also Measure RB passed, which is fantastic to prevent large-scale development in our community. And Councilmember Nierenheim, thank you for spearheading that. It was, I know we have a very divided electorate nationwide. It's tough to watch, but it's nice to see that the city can actually agree on things that are super important, like our schools, like our land use, and also our public safety. So thank you, everybody, for your support, and onward and upward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to echo what Councilmember Lowenstein said. It was a real team effort to get FP passed. And I want to thank the residents first and foremost because of your trust and also your willingness to pay to have public safety, great public safety in Redondo Beach for decades to come. You saw all those lawn signs out there. Those weren't put up by staff. That's Councilmember Barrett picking up 50 from me. Councilmember Kalajarevic and I put them together, going around in her van, dropping them off. Each one of us dropping them off. Even Chadwick Castle, I want to thank him. He lives in District 2. He put down a lot of signs down there in South Redondo. So did Todd Lowenstein and helped start running the campaign. I got to thank the firefighters and police officers. The firefighters were out there on mornings with lawn signs. They got a big red fire truck from the county fire association to bring awareness to the need to rebuild these structures. The police officers put in tons, a significant amount of money to this to enhance the place where they work. That's the dedication of these folks to our city. It's awesome. I'm so proud to be a Redondoan today and last week. It was really, really historic. Lastly, I just want to say November 20th, Wednesday, 6 p.m., Perry Park Senior Center, I'll have my community meeting, and we'll be reviewing the next steps on these various measures as well as the city's strategic plan.
Thank you. Councilman Barrett.
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. I will echo what's been said up here about Veterans Day was wonderful. It was an honor to host that. And regarding specifically Measure FP, I think a lot of thanks have been up here. I also want to give a thank you to retired Fire Chief Pat Ost and retired Lieutenant from Police Lieutenant Stahl in helping us achieve this. I have, let's see, I wanted to plug that the Redondo Beach Historical Society is hosting an annual holiday celebration featuring Victorian-style carolers at the Morale House on Saturday, December 14th from 11 to 3. We'll have some infographics putting that out on our social media as well. My District 3 community meeting will be the week of November 25th. Details will be announced next meeting. The Redondo Beach Rotary Centennial Celebration was Saturday. That was amazing. 100 years of service. That is significant just in itself. And I also want to just share a tiny bit of what we did on Saturday morning. A community group, faith-based organization, Coastline Covenant, contacted the city looking for residents who may need some help with their homes, their maintenance that they're not able to do. Either they can't afford it or they're not physically able to do so. Speaking of team effort, the working with code enforcement and some of our other community members who notify us of certain houses that may need some upkeep. We had a team on Saturday that was helping a North Redondo resident who was not able to maintain their home and their yard. So we had residents coming to help. We had the community, the faith-based organization there. And we had some of our residents from our graduates from homeless court and our program also riding up there on their bike to help clean up this neighbor's yard. So it was an amazing morning. The resident felt very thankful, and it is just a perfect example of the wonderful community we are here in Redondo Beach. And with that, we'll move on. Do I have anyone who would like to change the agenda as posted?
No.
No. All right, can I get a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve the order of agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. No agency recess tonight. Do we have any blue folder items for city council meeting tonight?
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we do have 2 items. One item is J1, public participation on non-agenda items. We have public communications. And item N1, discussion on city's draft cannabis ordinance and direction on application scoring and selection process. We have cannabis retail application comments as well. That concludes the blue folder items.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion received file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Councilman Narenheim,
I'm good, thank you.
Councilman Lowenstein,
No, thank you.
Councilman Obaji,
No, thank you.
Councilman Barrett.
No.
All right. Let's see, any public comment on consent calendar? Anyone from the audience like to comment on our consent calendar? Any items from the consent calendar?
That's not, no.
Okay, anyone online?
We do have one hand raised. Sheila Lamb, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please begin.
Oh, I don't know that I can hear you.
Yes, please begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sheila Lamb. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm speaking tonight about the Historic Property Preservation Agreement for the property located at 707 Broadway. Great cities honor their past, and this newly designated beautiful home is worthy of honorable recognition. Redondo Beach has many historical homes. 1,000 or more have been officially identified. Many are craftsman style, craftsman bungalows, and Spanish colonial style. and they all remind us of our Redondo Beach history. It is important for our city to preserve these beautiful buildings, not only for their architectural beauty, but because they tell the story of Redondo Beach, of how our city began, how it grew and flourished, and how relevant these historical homes are today. As residents, it's important that we have this link to the past. Let's continue to highlight these historical homes and other historical resources. Great cities honor their past through the preservation of historical resources. Let's make this a new priority for Redondo Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
There are no other hands raised.
Is this for? All right, H6, I have Jeff Gilbert.
Good evening, City Council members. This is in reference to the FAR. Beach Cities argues that selective downsizing is illegal and has threatened legal action against the city. If selective downsizing is illegal, then so is selective upsizing of the BCHD area. All the public institutional land should be grouped together. Sorry. Sorry.
Sir, if you want to raise the podium, you can push the button. You just got to hold it. There you go.
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Continue.
Okay. I'll start over. BCHD argues that selective downsizing is illegal and has threatened legal action against the city if it follows that course. If selective downsizing is illegal, then so is selecting upsizing of the BHCD property. All of the public institutional land should be the same, whether it's 1.25 or 0.5. Personally, I would like it to be set at 0.5 and allow BCHD and other commercial developers wanting to build on public institutional land to request an exemption to that FAR by showing what they want to build to the Planning Commission and the city as to how that will fit into the local community. You've all wanted to zone different parts of the city based upon the residences around it or the commercial development. So any of this should be looked at the same way with the development scrutinized by the Planning Commission and yourselves, and finally by the public to take a good look at that and see if it fits the neighborhood. The site that Beach Cities Health District wants to build is in the middle of a residential area with a strip mall along one side, but across the street, it's all residential. There is a school down the street that belongs in the city of Torrance, again, a part of a neighborhood. But that's what I think we should all be looking at. How does this fit in the neighborhood itself? Now, Beach Cities Health District has redesigned their healthy living campus at least 3 different times. And the last time, the city residents of Torrance went and talked to them about redesigning again so it wasn't so big or huge. They weren't talking about the development or the elder living facility. They were just talking about the scope of this. And Beach Cities refused to do that. It's within their ability to redesign this so it fits better. They've already spent something like $14 million on just planning. They could be spending a few $14 million more and plan it again where it'll actually fit the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on consent calendar items? I don't have any more cards.
And there are no e-comments related to this and no additional Zoom comments.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anything to read?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We have agenda item H6, adopt by title only ordinance number CC 3281-24, amending Title 10, Chapter 1 subdivisions of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for consistency with the general plan land use element and to implement the city's certified sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element and other amendments regarding residentially designated properties not identified as program actions in the city's housing element. This is for second reading and adoption. Adopt by title only ordinance number 3282-24, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 2, Zoning and Land Use of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for consistency with the general plan land use element and to implement the city's certified sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element and other amendments regarding residentially designated properties not identified as program actions in the city's housing element. This is also for second reading and adoption. And adopt by title only ordinance number 3283-24, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use, Plan implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for consistency with the general plan land use element and to implement the city certified sixth cycle 2021-2029 housing element and other amendments regarding residentially designated properties not identified as program actions in the city's housing element. And this is for second reading and adoption. And item H7, adopt by title only ordinance number 3284-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Redondo Beach ordinance number 2922-03 to increase the assessment amount levied against businesses within the Riviera Village Business Improvement District. And this is also for second reading and adoption. That concludes the readings, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. This is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. We cannot respond to public comment, but there may be relevant clarifying questions. We will start at 6:34, and we've got 30 minutes. Do we have any cards? Okay, just one card this evening. Holly Osborne.
Good evening. This is Holly Osborne from District 5. I usually speak on the green line or housing. It's not the green line. It's housing, and it's highly relevant. Okay, I stopped at a store and picked up a newspaper today. I don't usually do that. But here's what a developer can do. This is about housing in the city, but it says Skid Row Hotel building nastier now after sale. The inside headline is, filth, safety concerns arise under new owner. The tenants say the incoming landlord's changes have led to filthy shared bathrooms, constant trespassers, and growing fears of violence. Now, wouldn't you like to know who this new owner is? It was sold to the Beverly Hills developer, Leo Postilnikov. Was there any doubt in your mind upon taking control of, well, let me skip that. Let me just show you the two most unbelievable sentences in this article. Postilnikov has said his motivation for buying the trust buildings stemmed from a desire to help solve the region's homelessness, and that his experience downtown gave him insight in operating troubled buildings. And then the other unbelievable part is the city managers, Karen Bass and stuff, trusted him. Now, I can stop now, but I just want to say that is why we needed Measure RB, which Councilman from District 2 described. And I am so thankful it passed, okay? Because that protects us from characters like this. And I don't know if you saw this article. Oh, he's nodding. But I just wanted to make sure you guys know that when I come up here, I'm informed and I try to be as accurate as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. That's the only card I have. If anyone from the audience would like to come down, please do.
Good evening, Council. Wayne Craig. Tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of my current position as the president of Rescue Rural Waterfront, a group that has been fighting for your rights to and property rights for the last 8 years. First of all, Major FP is another item we supported. I've been working on that for about 7 or 8 years. And I'm so happy that we all work together to make that happen, the huge majority. And with regard to Measure RB, it passed with nearly 63% approval, which is another huge victory for the city. Residents once again prevailed over the false information rhetoric from a few wanting to turn Redondo Beach into another high-density Santa Monica. During the election, they actually falsely claimed unchecked development would take place if you voted in favor of Measure RB. Well, the reality is that would likely occur if our Measure RB did not pass. The city would have become immediately exposed to predatory developers, pursuing builders' remedy lawsuits, forcing new construction projects and thousands of new expensive market rate housing throughout Redondo Beach, regardless of the land use or zoning. Informed residents thankfully saw through the propaganda from the same people who love to push high-density housing that would increase traffic, degrade safety, infrastructure, public services, and diminish our quality of life. Finally, a big thank you to those council members who publicly supported Measure RB. After all 5 of you voted to support it, and they've been placed on the ballot. Everyone's support made a difference and will help protect Redondo Beach from outside special interest, trying to overbuild our already densely populated city for years to come. Again, thank you. Thank you, Redondo.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I always forget titles, but Austin Carmichael, District 5, Commissioner on Public Safety. Here we go.
Chair.
I come before the council and Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, a little disappointed with the engagement that the Public Safety Commission has encountered with the city clerk's office. While we don't know what choices are in front of the city clerk, we are experiencing all of the negative for every request. We are seeing significant back and forth. Case in point, if we want something on the agenda, the team has to vote on it to go on the agenda. Okay, cool. But there's no place on our agenda for that discussion to occur in order to create a vote. There's no place on our agenda. So we're like, hey, can we add it? No, you can't add it. Why can't we add it? It's at the discretion of the city clerk. Okay. So how do we function as a commission looking anything other than pro forma? Because once a month, we get together and we go through an agenda that includes hearing from the fire department, who we love, hearing from the police department, who we love, and then we go home. And then we come back the next month and we hear from the fire department and we hear from the police department, and then we go home. Then we come together the next month and we hear from the fire department and we hear from the police department, and then we go home. Now, our agenda used to include a very robust set of guests that come by to tell us, hey, here's what's going on with Project Moonstone, here's what's going on with this, here's what's going on with that. But we're told that that's at the discretion of the city clerk. Okay, great. We were told that the city attorney can no longer come. So the agenda item was removed. It wasn't that they don't come. It was that it was removed. I was like, well, we didn't vote on that. Well, that was at the discretion of the city clerk. Wait a minute. How does this work? So if we want to invite the city council, well, you can reach out to them, but if it's an agenda item, it's at the discretion of the city clerk. So what do? What is this Public Safety Commission? I get cute once a month. That's where you can participate. No, and I sit on this dais and I am now the chairperson. And all I do is hear from the police department, hear from the fire department, and then I go home. I don't even finish my Starbucks. That's how short our meetings are. And I don't know about you, but my time is very valuable. And if I'm going to volunteer on this commission, and I just got an email saying, here's how you can resign if this doesn't work for you, that's not cute. That's not what we're doing. And if that is, though, let a brother know. And then we move forward from there. Thanks so much for your consideration. And I hope to hear from you guys sometime soon with something tangible and not it's at the discretion of the city clerk. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? Anyone in the audience? Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Mark Nelson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, it's Mark Nelson, Redondo Beach. I believe that there is an upcoming agenda item in December at the council to discuss the FAR of public institutional land. And it's my recollection from the meeting on the 29th of October that the council gave guidance to the planning commissioner to, or I'm sorry, the planning director to analyze only the FAR of Beach Cities Health District and not all of the PI land use. So I guess I'm confused about that, and I don't really understand how selective rezoning or whatever we want to call it for beach cities can occur like that. So I just wanted to bring that forward, and hopefully we can get the council to give direction to the planning director to analyze the higher FAR of 1.2 or 1.25, whichever it was, across all of public institutional and not cut out RBUSD, for example. Thank you.
Anyone else online?
There is Candace Nafizi. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Candace Nafisi, District 3, 13-year resident of Redondo Beach. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Huge thank you for supporting Measure B. What an incredible feat for a city. Thank you to the residents of Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan for voting down Measure BC. BC was the measure to fund the overdevelopment of the Beach Cities Health District. Despite the false claims the BCHD CEO, the board, the staff shared with the community that services would be cut, Beach City residents saw through that, and it was voted down unanimously. For a measure that was so quote unquote widely supported, I was so surprised to see that 95% of the donors of this measure were from BCHD board, stakeholders, campaign consultants who supported sitting council members, and a developer who sat on our general planning committee. Turns out all that support was manufactured by BCHD, and the residents saw right through that. I encourage you to lead your efforts with the community, slow down and listen more. Commit yourself to the truth rather than fiction, and don't encourage your leadership to threaten anyone when you're in front of that council. It's a lose-lose opportunity for you. Congratulations to our community, residents who have spent countless hours educating residents in Redondo and beyond. You are deserving of this win. Our community is deserving of this win. And I hope the community continues to hold BCHD accountable for our tax dollars and how they spend it. Ask questions when they decide without your permission to take our tax dollars outside the city, and hold the board accountable for their declining revenue and irresponsible spending habits. This has got to stop. Anyways, onwards and upwards to the city of Redondo Beach. Congratulations and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There are no other, oh, one person just raised their hand, just a moment. Nancy Skiba, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, City Council members and Mayor Pro Tem, Nancy Skiba, District 4. I wanted to mention that since we are not having visits from Joy Ford or anybody, from that department to our Public Safety Commission, we had a very, very short meeting, and we're trying to get some other guests to come, and hopefully we'll be able to accomplish that. Under referrals to staff, we requested Lila Omora Garcia, and also Susan Ringo and Rick from the Volunteers in Policing. We thought those would be very informative, and I hope we'll be able to accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes the speakers on Zoom, and there was one additional e-comment submitted for this item.
Okay. Thank you. We will move on. We don't have any public hearings. Nothing continued from previous agendas. Moving on to discussion items prior to action. City manager, who do we have from staff? Director House.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Madam Clerk, would you share my screen? Thank you. Tonight, we are going to revisit the cannabis permit application scoring criteria. Just as a recap, we last discussed the scoring criteria at the October 8th City Council meeting, where the council provided input on sections 1 through 3 and section 7. So what we're going to do tonight is just continue that conversation and review sections 4 through 6. And like last time, I'm going to go ahead and present one criteria at a time, after which council can discuss the criteria and provide me further input, or we can move on to the next criteria. Once we're done going through these 3 sections, we can then visit some of the feedback council has received from cannabis business operators since our October 8th meeting. These were attached to the report and the agenda packet tonight. What I did was try to highlight some of the more reoccurring concerns that operators raised in their emails to council. So I've condensed it to about 4 items, but after that, we can go ahead and continue to discuss any other elements that you guys want to go over. So with that, I'll go ahead and begin with section 4 of the scoring criteria. So section 4 is the security plan. I was able to put this together with assistance from the Chief of Police, Joe Hoffman. And it is one of our longer sections, but just as a reminder, this is what the scoring criteria looked like before. And criteria number 1, applicant must provide a security plan prepared by a professional security consultant. It used to be pass-fail. Now we either score it a 0 or a 5. Are there any comments or concerns about this particular criteria?
We can just go through these one by one, but if anyone has a comment, go ahead, raise your hand.
Who's judging this? The police department?
The police department helped us put it together, but it would be a panel assigned by the city manager.
The panel will include a police department rep.
And the choice is 1 or 5, or it's a range?
This is criteria number 1, and it's either a score of 0, because they didn't provide one, or they provided one, and it's a score of 5.
So this first group of, what is it, 11?
It's pass-fail.
Pass-fail, and then we're going to get down to kind of a ranked criteria. Okay.
Okay, hearing no comments.
And I have my screen up, so I'm not seeing hands raised, so just kind of flag me down. Flag me down.
All right. We will go ahead and move to criteria number 2 then, under this section. Applicant must provide a description of the panic button installation, showing where the panic buttons are located in the facility. Are there any concerns or comments from council on having this included?
We're going to that level of detail.
It is a comment requirement in some other applications from other cities, including ones we've researched.
Okay.
And presented to council.
Okay, moving on.
All right, criteria number 3, applicant must provide evidence of sensor installation to detect entry and exit from all secure areas of the premises. Any concerns or comments, feedback? Okay.
None.
Criteria number 4, this is moving a lot quicker. Applicant must describe how the business remains secure during a power outage, ensuring access doors are not solely controlled by electronic access panels. 0 or 5. Any comments or concerns? Okay. Applicant must provide proof of general liability coverage with a minimum coverage of $2 million and workers' compensation insurance with a minimum coverage of $1 million. This is standard insurance requirements for the city. Any concerns?
Seeing none.
Okay. Criteria number 6, applicant must provide a description of the security camera system, including camera placement and 24/7 monitoring capabilities. No concerns, comments? Okay.
And the storage for the footage is addressed in a different item?
Yes, it
Just
is.
wanted to clarify.
I did have a question, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem. The 24/7 monitoring capabilities, monitoring by whom?
The operator.
The operator being the
applicant.
operator of the business? Okay, thank you.
Criteria number 7, applicant must describe the battery backup system for surveillance equipment, ensuring a minimum of 4 hours of backup recording in the event of a power outage. Any comments, concerns?
How do they come up with 4 hours? Do we know?
I do not, but perhaps any comment from our chief?
Sorry to pull you in, but 4 hours.
Maybe that's the average time for SE to come back up and running? Yeah, of course. Come on.
That might work better.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The 4 hours was not scientific. We looked at other cities' permitting process and 4 hours seemed reasonable, but that was the standard that we applied here is based on the extent of a power outage. It seemed like 4 hours would be a reasonable amount of time to get it back up and running. May not cover every circumstance, but seems like it would allow for continued recording in most circumstances. So it was just a reasonableness standard that applied. No scientific approach was used in coming up with that 4 hour requirement.
The only thing I'm thinking of is, you know, businesses tend to be closed for 8 to 10 hours at night. Just thinking that.
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, if there was something you wanted to increase there, it would only assist us in the event of a long-term outage.
Yeah.
But we were trying to, you know, use a reasonable standard when coming up with it, but, you know, extended.
We're just talking about
requirement.
storage pretty much, right? Because battery backup and storage, well, it's battery backup more than.
It's just to keep the system up and running while
Yeah.
there's
Keep the
power outage.
system up and running in a power outage.
Yeah.
And I assume that there would be some kind of alert in the system that the power is out and it's
Mhm.
on backup.
Is the 4 hours long enough? Is that something you would want to change?
Really up to the council. 4 is okay with me, but if you guys think it should be longer, I'm with that.
Any feeling of extending that?
No, I guess.
You want it to be longer?
I was just thinking 8 hours, but no, it's okay. 4 is fine.
When was the last time we had a power outage for more than?
When was the
I
last time we had a major natural disaster? Because we have a lot more issues if we have
Yeah,
natural disasters.
that's the last thing on the problem
Right.
list.
Yeah.
But I see your point in that if the power went out, let's say it was a blackout
Right.
and it went out early in the evening and then it was out for the remainder of the night. then
Yeah.
They wouldn't have the backup for.
It also says a minimum of 4 hours,
Right.
and it's highly likely that a system that they would put in would help protect the business owner.
Yeah.
And if I was a business owner, I'd like to have a system that could significantly have longer capability than that. We were just, as far as the requirement, we tried to come up with a standard that was more reasonable.
And this is what you saw in other cities?
We saw it in some of the other cities and just trying to come up with a figure that seemed like it was not going to be
Owners.
too overreaching.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
I'm okay with it. Anyone else have a comment on this one?
I mean, batteries are available these days, so they're cheaper than ever, right? So whether you get solar or not, you could still purchase a battery, right, and fuel it up.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Criteria number 8, applicant must provide proof that the surveillance system has a failure notification system that alerts the permittee and police department of any system interruptions. Any comments or concerns?
Nope.
Okay. Criteria number 9, applicant must describe the procedure for storing and retaining surveillance recordings for a minimum of 90 days in a format that ensures no alteration of the recorded image. Any comments or concerns?
Sorry, going back
Go ahead.
to the last one, when you say that alerts the permittee and police department of any system interruptions, is that like just an alert or giving the police department access to the cameras?
It's just an alert. We do talk about access for PD in a later criteria
Okay, cool.
under different parameters. Okay, back to criteria number 9. Any concerns about the 90 days?
Nope.
Okay. Criteria number 10, applicant must provide a description of the alarm system, including monitoring company and schematic of security zones. Comments, concerns? Seeing none. Criteria number 11, Applicant must demonstrate that at least one licensed security guard is present at all times on the premise, and the premises, at all times the premises is open to the public or employees. I apologize for that. Any concerns, comments? Okay. Number 12, applicant must describe the record-keeping process for maintaining records related to surveillance, alarm systems, and track and trace systems for inspection by law enforcement. Any comments, concerns? Okay. So now we're going to go to the scorable criteria. So there's a larger range of scoring here. Applicant must provide a detailed description of the consultant's or architect's qualifications and methodologies used in preparing the security plan. So this criteria just really wants to assess the experience the person creating the security plan has, either in the cannabis industry or in similar high security industries or high risk industries. Are there any comments or concerns about this criteria?
Nope.
Okay. Number 14, this little blue blurb at the bottom I've included on some of these slides. This is some of the feedback I've gotten from council over the weekend, over the last few days. And in yellow, you'll see the edits I made in response. Number 14 is security plan must provide a description of the security system design, demonstrating how the system prevents unauthorized individuals, including minors, from entering and remaining on the premises and establishes limited access areas for authorized personnel only. And the addition there was the language related to scanning and verifying IDs to ensure minors don't enter the building. Are there any comments or concerns?
Just pause just for a second.
Well, I did have a question. Scanning verification system for patron IDs, what specifically is that?
So is some cannabis operators, before you ever enter into the building, there's like a little welcome area, and in order to get in, you show your ID and you scan the back of it, and it verifies that it's a real ID and that your age is what the ID says it is.
Thanks. Is that a requirement under state law? That it be scanned versus like a liquor store or other places of business where you have to establish your date of birth, or you just show them the ID versus scanning, if you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, I don't believe that that's a state law. It's just technology that's available now because of the driver's licenses and the strips that are on them. So I know that there are some bars that are using it because it detects fake IDs and ones that aren't valid. So it's just a foolproof way of processing an ID to make sure that it's legitimate, but it's not a state law.
Got it.
Takes the guesswork out.
Okay.
My only comment on this is that maybe we could work the language a little bit that, I don't know if this would fit in this plan or in the design, but so this is talking about scanning the IDs, but if they're in the building, would they have access to like that retail space without having been, if there's a few people there and they are waiting in line to get scanned in, is that room that they're being evaluated in separate from the retail space? So if there was a separate retail space that you would only have access once you're granted or you've passed this verification system.
I think that's the intent of the language, so it prevents them from even entering the retail space, but we can certainly refine it to be very specific about that.
Okay, yeah, that would be my preference on that. Any other comments on this one?
No, thank you.
No? Okay.
Okay, give me one moment. All right, criteria number 15. Security plan must provide a description of the surveillance system, including camera coverage, operational hours, and how the system meets 24/7 monitoring requirements. High definition is defined as a minimum resolution of 720p or higher with clear image quality in varying lighting conditions. So this focuses on the video camera security system. Any questions, concerns? Just ensuring the quality is high enough to help monitor the space.
And the resolutions listed here are helpful for law enforcement. This would be the minimum that you'd be looking for.
Yes, and we confirmed it with the IT department. It's, the ones scoring a 5 are providing very high quality
The
video.
higher the resolution, the more opportunity we have to use them to our advantage for investigative purposes.
Got it. Any other comments? No. Okay.
Number 16, applicant must provide details on surveillance footage compatibility, including how the footage is accessible to law enforcement and compatible with city systems. So this just goes to the earlier comment about access from PD to the systems. Any questions, comments,
So
concerns?
then number 5 is real-time remote access for law enforcement.
I did have a question about number 5, the real-time remote access for law enforcement. What would that be? The video feed? The proposal would be for the video feed to come directly into our police department for customers who are in the store?
That would, to be able to have access to that real-time video feed. So for example, if there was a call for service there, then dispatch would be able to actually pull up that video and provide real-time information to the officers that were responding.
If there was a panic button alert or something?
Exactly. So rather than just say, it's a panic button that is from the sales counter.
Right.
It's panic button from the sales counter, we access the video, and here's what we're seeing inside the store, so the officers have a better idea as they're responding. So obviously not a requirement, but that would be a benefit to law enforcement in the event of a critical incident.
All right. And that makes sense for critical incidents. You immediately have eyes on the scene, not to have the constant flow, continuous random surveillance of people going into the cannabis facility necessarily. Especially, if you have somebody who has a medicinal use, they're basically getting their medication, as it were. So there's a privacy concern there. So, from a law enforcement perspective, is it adequate to have the cameras ready to be surveilled in the event of a incident, an alert, as opposed to ongoing surveillance?
Yeah, that would probably work. I think it just comes down to how the system's structured. I mean, these systems are pretty complex, and there's probably a way that immediately upon a panic button activation, the live feed starts in the communication center. Immediately upon a 911 call, the live feed starts in the communication center. There could be a bunch of different triggers. And as long as we had the capability to have eyes on in the event that there was going to be some sort of call for service or law enforcement response, that's what we're looking for.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
And then if we needed to review the video for any other reason, obviously we've already talked about the retention requirements, and we could just review that video at a time when it's convenient, but it would not necessarily need to be real time. I'm not a security expert when it comes to these cameras, but I'm sure there's a lot of different ways to activate it so that we can increase safety.
Okay. And Elizabeth, if that was the preference of the council, could that be written into the scoring criteria and the rules for here?
I'm trying to remember if that was a previous conversation the council had about real-time access. I know that there was extensive conversations about granting access to be able to see into these stores when necessary. And I think this way we're able to score the applicant's commitment to that based on that. But I remember it being a requirement for the applicants to have that available to PD.
Okay. And then, all right, well, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, moving on.
Number 17, applicant must describe the surveillance equipment maintenance plan, including records of maintenance activity, service logs, and procedures for ensuring the system's operational reliability.
Moving on.
Okay. Applicant must provide a description of the alarm system, including alarm system type and alarm monitoring methods. Questions, comments? None? And the last one for security plan, applicant must provide description of security guard training and experience, including guard licensing, industry-specific training, and qualifications relevant to cannabis business security. Any comments or concerns?
So this is specific to cannabis business security?
No, it's for number 5. If they score 5, it is cannabis specific. They score 4 if they have experience in other high-risk industries. That's why the range is there.
Yep.
But they certainly score more points if they're able to bring on a security firm that has experience in the cannabis industry.
No other comments?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's it for
Number 4.
the security plan. We're on to the safety plan. Thank you, Chief.
What's the difference between security and safety?
Security is PD, safety is FD.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just as a reminder what our safety plan scoring criteria were. Now, this is just for the pass-fail. We have 4 criteria under this section. The first is applicant must provide a description of access, egress into the facility that meets building and fire code requirements. This is pass or fail, so either they provide it or they don't. Any comments or questions?
Nope.
Okay. Applicant must provide a premises safety diagram that includes evacuation routes and locations of fire extinguishers and other fire suppression equipment. Comments? Nope. Number 3, applicant must identify all gases, pesticides, and chemicals to be used along with their storage locations. Comments? No? Okay. Criteria number 4, applicant must provide a description of the fire alarm and monitoring system, including the name and contact information for the monitoring company. Comments or concerns? None? Okay. So that's it for the pass-fail criteria in this section. Next is the scorable criteria. The first one is the applicant must provide a description of safety procedures, employee training for emergency situations, and safety equipment demonstrating compliance with safety requirements, including but not limited to Chapter 4 of the California Fire Code, Section 406, regarding employee training and response procedures. This is just ensuring that if something does go wrong, the employees know what to do. Any comments, concerns, or questions?
Don't see any.
Okay. Number 6, applicant must provide a detailed description of the processes, procedures, and practices included in the safety plan. The comprehensive safety plan will include, but is not limited to, the following: a systemic assessment of risks associated with the specific cannabis retail environment and processes and procedures to mitigate those risks, integration of relevant regulations and standards, including local, state, and federal guidelines, as well as industry best practices, development of clear procedures for emergency response and safety training, and continuous improvement processes that would update the safety plan based on new information or incidents. No? Okay, and final one. Credentials of the safety plan author, professional fire prevention and suppression consultant or architect is required. Any comments, concerns? No?
So this is a ranked one, not a pass-fail.
Yes, it was also ranked for the safety plan. It's just grading their experience in building out these plans.
Got it.
All right. Well, that's it for the safety section. And this is our final section of the evening, the Good Neighbor Policy Plan. Just as a reminder, this is what the criteria looked like before. And then for pass-fail, we have 3 criteria. The first is that the applicant must provide a description of odor mitigation practices, including identifying potential sources of odor, odor control devices, and staff training for odor management. Any concerns, questions? Okay. Number 2, applicant must provide a waste management plan detailing waste disposal locations and methods to render waste unusable and recognizable. Good. Okay. Applicant must describe efforts at sustainability or environmental impact mitigation. Okay,
This is just moving right along.
I know.
All right, let's keep it going.
So again, we see that blue bubble down there, just comments from council I've received over the last few days. The first of the scorable criteria is applicant must provide a comprehensive description of their community engagement strategies, including how they plan to engage with the community and respond to concerns. There was a recommendation that maybe we add a bit more weight to this particular criteria, maybe increase the points from 10 to 20. But with that, I'll hand it over to the council if there's any comments or questions about this, if there's anything you'd like to add.
So to be clear, we had talked about not requiring a community engagement plan, but for them to describe how they were engaging in other communities so that they could be ranked as kind of like a good neighbor business in the area. Is that?
No, we eliminated the community benefit plan.
Right.
And instead, as part of this section, when we talk about community engagement, if there's complaints coming in, we don't want the city to be answering those questions. It should be this business operator to be able to answer questions from the neighbors, concerns from the neighbors, things like people hanging around the property, bad ingress, egress, smells or odors coming from the building. What is their plan to address the concerns of their immediate neighbors and the surrounding streets? They should be able to describe how they handle those situations so that those concerns don't necessarily come to the city first and then bounce it back to them. They should already be proactive in trying to mitigate those issues ahead of time.
Okay. So the suggestion was to increase the weight for this. Any thoughts on that? Councilman Obaji?
Well, first, community engagement, those have initial capitalizations. Are they defined somewhere?
No, that's just me.
Okay, so then I would ask to decapitalize those. But also, I think it would behoove us to require, I don't care whether it's 10 or 20 points right now, but to have the applicant identify what unique characteristics of the property or the development on the property could impact the community or vice versa, and how they intend to engage on that issue. So for example, if they were to be on Artesia Boulevard, they're adjacent to residential property on potentially on Matthews or Vanderbilt. So then, they might have trucks delivering. What times are their trucks going to come? Are they going to beep when they reverse at 4 a.m. in the morning delivering cannabis or whatever it is? That kind of thing, if they're super close to residences. So just identify what's unique about they're located next to a bus stop. They may have people sleeping, there, camping out there, whatever it may be. Just identify what are the issues that are unique to your property and how do you intend to do all this stuff relative to that surrounding
That
neighborhood.
almost sounds like an additional criteria. It could be.
For
in that,
sure.
Like identifying the unique characteristics of that particular property, and then how are you going to address them, like separate ones?
Wouldn't that be?
That looks like 6 to me a little bit, doesn't it? 5 and 6, 5 addresses traffic and 6 addresses sort of the adjacent uses. It's a good thought. You might want to look at 5 and 6 first before we
Okay,
maybe add 1.
Sure.
let's go to 5.
So 5 is actually crossed out. It's a duplicate of section 2.7, where we did discuss at length during the last meeting
This was duplicative of the other one.
of the traffic section, section 2.7. Yeah, so we removed it because we already have that covered in a different section. But we do discuss times of delivery, where they deliver, where they park when they deliver, things like that in that section. So we'd be
Oh,
able.
we did already?
Yep.
Okay.
But I still think that's a valid point.
It's been so long and so much other material in between.
Other material aspect.
But I do think that's a valid point. Are there characteristics about this property that you're applying?
So we want to move to number 6, see if
Yep,
that covers
let's do
it? Okay. So applicant must provide a good neighbor policy that includes measures to protect adjacent uses from potential impacts related to the cannabis retailer, included but not limited to facility, parking lot, and landscaping cleanliness and upkeep, controlling noise exterior to the facility, ensuring no loitering or on-site product use, practices to ensure minors are not attracted or served, including by a surrogate, and ensuring the exterior building is not gaudy, blends in with the surrounding community, is architecturally attractive, high quality and interesting, and is free from product advertisements.
Sounds like what he's talking about, actually.
Yeah. This is the one you
Shouldn't
may
have
want to
doubted you.
pump up the points on, perhaps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from 10 to maybe 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you guys
I'm
agree?
good with that.
Agree.
Okay. So increase this one to 20.
What about number 4, though, about how they will address issues that come up? We may get emails to our council emails about an issue there. It would be nice to know how they're going to address it. I could see this being also 20.
Yeah, I could see
Does
that.
that feel like more important to anyone else?
I think if we're going to award points, community engagement is a big deal. We want them to be good corporate citizens.
Sure.
All right. Well,
Okay.
making comment, going along. Any other comments about these ranked scorable criteria for the good neighbor section?
Okay. If nothing else, we are actually done reviewing all the sections. So now on to operator feedback. As you know, since our October 8th meeting where the mayor encouraged business operators to share their thoughts and input on the criteria, council and staff have received several messages and emails from the operators. Those were included in the agenda packet tonight. We received a couple of extra ones over the weekend that was included as a blue folder. What I tried to do was synthesize some of that to 4 items that came up at least a couple of those emails, and I wanted to go over them with council and see if there was any changes you wanted to make to the criteria in response to the feedback. If not, we'll just move on to the next one. So the first one was audited financials. This is currently a requirement. The concern from operators was that audited financials are very costly and challenging, especially for a smaller operator. Operators, or some of them, suggested that we instead ask for tax receipts or tax compliance, some sort of evidence that they paid their taxes. So one of the possible amendments we can do to our criteria is to allow applicants to submit tax receipts or tax compliance history instead of audited financials. I did want to list drawbacks as well to making these changes so that you have all the information available to you. So one of the drawbacks is that, tax receipts aren't quite as comprehensive or detailed as audited financials. So one way we can mitigate this drawback, if council does want to make that change, is don't just ask for tax receipts, but we should also ask for other supplementary financial items like profit and loss statements, sales reports, or third-party financial reviews. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to the council if there's any comments or thoughts on this one.
Want to take this?
My only, it's tax receipts, sales tax receipts, because that's what people are reporting, and what we can really go off of. When it comes to the audited aspect of it is, it requires a significant hurdle for a lot of people to go over, and it keeps the playing field open when it comes to tax receipts, and it's what's being reported to the public. So it's far easier to audit using all the services that we utilize. That's what I would go down the path of.
So you're saying just submitted sales tax receipts?
Yeah.
Not
Because we can
including.
verify that on our own.
Financials, though, don't.
Right.
Financials show you the health of the business. That's the key. The question is, P&Ls can be manipulated, in some ways, and I don't know if this is possible without an audit, if either a CPA or an accountant can verify that these are legitimate P&L statements and sign to attest to it. I don't know if that's ever possible to do something like that or not. without saying they've been audited, but to the best of my knowledge, that type of thing. And that would not be expensive by somebody that's a tax preparer or a CPA. I would not think, but I don't know. I don't know what operators think about that. Audits tend to take a lot of time and money.
I think the feedback was on top there, right? Operators suggest tax receipts and proof of tax compliance, right? So that goes up to the state. We can verify that. We can look at that. To your point, profit and loss statements can be, all those things can be manipulated.
Yeah.
But what we care about at the end of the day is what they're paying in taxes and us being able to audit that and being able to see, hey, is this a company who's actually kept up on that and moving forward with paying those.
Councilman Obaji.
Why is it tax receipts rather than tax returns, like filed tax returns or transcripts? Yeah.
That's a good question to ask the operators. They specify tax receipts in their comments.
I would want tax returns, filed tax returns, and I think there's a receipt or report that you get back from that you can get back from the IRS. But because, okay, I get that audited financials are the top level, you can trust in those. Although I wonder what an outside auditor at Arthur Anderson, whatever other company on the outside is going to be able to see about a cannabis business. I know they're not around anymore, but
there's a reason why.
Yeah, exactly. See about a cannabis business that the cannabis business is not going to be able to essentially cook up for them. Versus when you're talking about their tax returns, the cannabis business would have to be lying to the federal government and engaging in tax fraud or tax evasion, where I think they got bigger problems than trying to hide money from, or puff up money to the city of Redondo Beach. So
you're saying you would prefer tax returns?
Yeah, filed tax returns.
I mean, remember, a lot of these are going to be separate corporate structures, right? Every entity from the main.
Send us, what are we requiring of them? They produce financials of their best store, their worst store, or their aggregate company?
I would think the company.
That was.
But listen, balance sheets and income statements are what we want, because we don't know, somebody could file taxes, but if they have tremendous amount of debt, it may not show up on the tax returns.
Okay, so both tax returns and.
It's not hard. I can tell you as an LLC, it's QuickBooks can produce balance sheets and income statements. It's not hard. The question is whether or not we can get a third party to vouch for that rather than having to go through an entire audit, something that's less onerous than an audit.
The balance sheets and profit and loss statements would match up with the data in the tax returns.
No, they wouldn't necessarily.
No.
They would
not. That's why I'm saying just.
Tax returns do not include balance sheets.
General.
Okay, I'm saying if you had tax returns, and I'm sorry, I have an accountant who's handled all this for me.
Yeah.
If you have tax returns and a business profit and loss statements and balance sheets.
Yeah.
Could you look at the numbers and see how they match up or don't match up?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
So I've taken financial and managerial accounting and there's ways of making, first of all, tax returns can show all kinds of deductions. They can show all kinds of, it doesn't tell you about the financial health of the organization. What tells you what the financial health are income statements, balance sheets. It's what, that's why you have public companies reporting all these things on websites. So, but it's not difficult for a small entity to be able to do that as well too. I know single proprietors that have all these things and there's software now that spits all that out. My question is whether or not we can do something that's less onerous than an audit, but still show those type of things.
Like a third-party verification.
Yeah, some type of a third party and as a, not involvement in retail or in depth about accounting knowledge. I don't know if that's the case. I think there's probably a way of doing that.
How about we invite public input on this?
Yeah, public input would be interesting. I think that would be helpful.
We will make a note of that for the public. Let's come back to this item. Okay.
I know somebody in the audience would like to speak to that. You raise your hand.
Sure. Do you want to engage in it now, or you want to wait till all of it?
Should we just, to be fair to everybody, should we just wait until?
Get through the next three, probably, yeah, then bring them up.
That'd be good.
Moving on. Next concern.
So using revenue as a performance metric, the concern, which we did discuss briefly last time, was that using gross revenue as a metric doesn't fully capture an operator's capability, and it can be heavily influenced by location dynamics, so saturation, size of the facility, things like that. So one of the ways we can change or amend our scoring criteria is to go ahead and increase scoring for things related to operational sustainability. So when we talk about inventory management or other types of business practices, we start scoring those a little higher than that revenue metric. One of the drawbacks is if we eliminate the revenue altogether, we're essentially eliminating like a basic demand indicator, which isn't the end of the world, but that's the repercussion of that. What we can do is just do a balanced report approach, which is retain the revenue as a metric, but again, just shift the weight of the scoring. So things like operational sustainability and health is more heavily weighed during the scoring process. And then one of the comments we received over the last few days was that we would use tax receipts to verify revenue claims where we do require that revenue be stated or scored.
I like this change, and I appreciate staff's listening to the feedback and coming up with a more qualitative solution and criteria.
Okay. There's no other comment. Moving on to the next one.
Excellent. Then there was a concern about experience requirements. The concern was that limiting experience to California excludes operators with proven experience in other regulated markets, so out-of-state markets. We could go ahead and amend our criteria to allow experience from other states. The drawback, of course, is regulatory familiarity. California is its own type of regulatory animal, as we know. So having operators with no experience in California may not be the best for the city of Redondo Beach. That said, if council does want to move in that direction and allow for experience in other states, we can go ahead and require the applicants demonstrate some knowledge of California regulations, either through a written compliance plan or some other evidence or training where they understand state-specific regulations. Again, not a very easy way to determine how familiar they are with California, but if that's the direction council wants to go in, that's one way we can mitigate that impact.
I would like to hear from our city attorney whether we could even put this limiting experience to California, because I think it would be unfairly discriminatory on out-of-state interests. Just thinking back to constitutional law 1 or 2.
Yeah. I mean, the city, I believe the state of Montana allows retail cannabis, but they're nothing like us, California, right? So what the only thing you would have to equate the two is the federal regulations. Feds don't allow it, right? So it's a completely different game in different states. Colorado is a completely different game. Florida is a totally different game.
So you're saying there's a legitimate interest in limiting the participants to those who are
Absolutely.
Participate in California.
We have a tremendous amount of regulations and customized rules. I mean, every state has customized rules, right? There's no federal regulations that dominates the industry because federally speaking, it's not allowed.
I can imagine though that with all the companies that are here operating cannabis dispensaries, that they can all figure it out when they're operating in the, if they're operating a multi-million-dollar cannabis retail shop in, I think somebody said Jersey or any other state, that they could figure out how to operate it legally here. Well, anyways, my concern is more just the, does this make us vulnerable or make the ordinance vulnerable?
I mean,
from a legal standpoint. I'd like to hear from the city attorney on that.
I hear what you're saying, but I would also think about the vulnerability on our side. If they've only dealt with outside of the state of California, they haven't dealt with the rules in California and the process here, will they be able to comply with the rules in California as compared to the other state that they're in, right?
So I'm just thinking about constitutional law, and when I studied in law school, there's a case that says that you can't require a truck to change its mud flaps when it crosses into a state, because that's an undue burden on interstate commerce and the like. And that you can't discriminate against, there are several cases that prohibit discrimination against out-of-state participants. I don't think we could make this limited to South Bay retailers or Southern California cannabis shops, right?
We can certainly ask the city attorney, out of fairness, I don't think he's researched this particular issue yet. So rather than put him on the spot tonight, we could look into that particular question. I think you may want to ask yourself, first and foremost, of the policy question, do you want to open it up to experience outside of California to begin with? Or leave this as a unspecified experience requirement, and let it be articulated in the proposals.
I mean, I would lean towards sticking with California, in that we do have a lot of restrictions. We're different in a lot of ways. But I think it's a fair question to ask if it is discriminatory. And if it were, I think the suggestions here for compliance plan and evidence of adapting a state-specific rule, adapting to state-specific rules in other markets is a good start. I guess we need to explore that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think, let us know your policy preference, and assuming that we can determine that it is legal, we'll draft it that way. Our suspicion is, I believe asking for California experience here is likely to be okay. But we'll verify that. If that's your preference, we'll draft it that way.
And I would say that, your point in running a multi-million-dollar business in another state may be true, but do we really want to have them experiment in doing that here?
Cool. That's
Just
fine.
saying.
I'm good with keeping it to California. As long as we just get clearance, I'm good with it.
Got it.
How are you feeling?
I can see both sides of this. I know California is unique, but, other than some of the laws and regulations, I would trust somebody that's operating in Colorado or another state that's been doing this for a while as much as I would trust anybody from California. So I'd be open to allowing other states, but that's where I'm at on that, so.
I think if it were another state, a written compliance plan, and maybe a comparison of the state that you were operating in for them to, specifically identify the differences in the two states would be.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's fair, yeah. Yeah.
So should we make the criteria limiting experience from California operations, or demonstrate California regulatory knowledge through a written compliance plan and
Comparison of.
knowledge? Yeah.
Comparable regulatory, or experience in a comparable regulatory environment.
Yeah.
Well, and identifying the differences in the two.
Yeah.
What is it, 38 states now allow recreational cannabis? Now, something like that? Is it 38?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess.
So there's a lot of
suppose
states.
A flip side benefit of considering an out-of-state operation is if the claim is that California is so heavily taxing these businesses that it's hurting them, you may get a more financially stable applicant or well-off applicant coming from another state.
Okay. Any other comment on this one? Moving on.
All right. And then the last of the four that I highlighted was insurance requirements. The concerns expressed was that operators that are new entities should be allowed to submit a letter of intent from a licensed broker instead of requiring an active insurance policy, again, stating that it's an undue burden. So again, if council wants to go ahead and not require active insurance policies, we can amend the criteria to say that we will accept a commitment letter from a licensed insurance broker as proof of intended coverage. Drawback, of course, is that we're relying on a letter from a broker. We're not guaranteed that the operator, if chosen to have a permit, is able to get insured once they are open for business. One way to maybe mitigate that risk is requiring letters to include very specific coverage details and the effective date. And then we can also just say that we can rescind your permit if you don't have insurance. So that's our fail-safe at the end of the day.
That seems fair.
Right. Requirement to open the business would have to be there, yeah.
Yeah. Is that a
I mean, yeah, I also don't know how we could really require insurance on a business that doesn't exist on the application phase, right?
assuming we have applicants who don't have businesses that exist? Yes. If it's a brand new entity with
Yeah.
people who have no insurance coverage, yes.
And in effect, the insurance carrier will do their own third-party interview, so to speak, and verification,
Yes,
right? And they're
Yes.
not going to take any risk, undue risk.
yes.
They're in the business of risk, mitigating risk.
They do go through their own application process. It's fairly thorough. But I don't know if they go through it when they're asking for the letter of intent.
Right.
Or if it's just when they actually try to
I think
obtain
in order to
insurance.
open, right?
Mhm.
Councilman Obashi?
Just a question, Director House. You anticipate that people will apply for these licenses using single-purpose entities that are new and that haven't operated before? Or using an existing, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
you don't know about what's gonna happen in Redondo, but
Right.
based on what occurs in other municipalities, do you have any idea of that?
Based on what has occurred in other cities, I anticipate us having applicants who already have insurance, and this is not a concern for them. It would be a brand-new entity trying to open a business in Redondo Beach that would probably want to submit a letter of intent.
Wouldn't the lack of a history of operating
Mm-hmm.
prohibit, kind of keep that from happening by a single entity?
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Okay,
I have a comment on the, going back to the audit.
yeah.
So I'm going to read you this. I think this is actually a good compromise. And that is a CPA compiled financial statement is the most basic level of service a CPA offers. It's prepared by an accountant, but isn't audited or certified. Companies may release compiled statements early to investors if they need to share financial information promptly. So they cost between $750 to $2,500. That's, an audit is $25,000, $15,000 to $30,000 or more, depending on the size of the audit trail. So I think that's a good compromise where we have an idea what their financials are. It's not prohibitive. I mean, people spend $800 a year to license their LLC. You know, if we're worried that people can't afford $750 to $2,000 to produce financial statements, usually they can be done really easily around tax time because the accountant or the CPA has all this information. And I would trust a CPA more than just a bookkeeper. So I think that's a really nice compromise, allows us insight into the financial health of the business without burdening the operator with an expensive audit. So.
Would we then would we talk about requiring a description of the credentials of that CPA? Like we have for the security plan and the other?
You could, although CPAs have a certain level of.
There's a bar,
Yeah, there's a bar, right? They
Like
could get.
experience in this kind of business could be relevant or something similar? I mean, we're requiring that for the security plan.
Yeah, I would be, CPA itself is, CPAs deal with lots of different types of businesses. There's usually not a CPA just for a particular type of industry. I had a CPA prepare my financials for 15 years and they had hundreds of clients.
Is there some, like, I'm just thinking like, how can we assure that it's, you know, a third party, that it has a proper arm's length?
See, that's why I'm going back to tax receipts. I think tax receipts are so important. We have HDL as
We
a,
can do both.
right? And then compare the two, right? You're saying you make X amount of dollars in revenue? Well, what are you paying in taxes on that? Sales tax.
I think,
Well, I would say a CPA, they're not, most CPAs are pretty honest. They're not going to want to get their license revoked. It'd be a certified public accountant, so they work really hard to keep that. So I wouldn't worry about them being financially conflicted or challenged. But
what if it's their CPA?
what's that?
What if it's the operator's CPA?
But again, they're a CPA.
Right, but.
But again, this goes back to
It could be a third-party CPA.
taxes. I think we're getting too far into the details.
I think it's fair to require both.
Well, let's
I mean,
hear.
we were
Let's hear
talking
from,
about
let's
it.
hear from, let's hear from.
Yes, I'm happy to hear from the public on this. Were there any other?
No, those were the four general criteria that were kind of a common theme amongst the comments we received back from the operators. So I leave it to council if you want to bring up other aspects of that feedback or other sections of the criteria, or we can go to comment.
Oh, yes, thank you. All right. No, these are, there we go. All right. Thank you. All right. Courtney Carone and Timothy Dodd after that.
Good evening, everyone. Courtney Carone. I only have one comment unless you have specific questions related to that you would like to ask. And that is, I haven't seen any discussion on the page limit for this particular application. And in reviewing this criteria and comparing it to some of the other application criteria from the many cities that we've prepared, this is vaster in many ways than the other cities, and the typical application is between 150 and 200 pages. And if the city of Redondo Beach is requiring this level of information, which is fine, we're happy to provide it. I just want to make sure that when we're considering page limits for this particular application, that we are also considering that somewhere upwards of 200 pages is likely going to be required, with some exception of documents being excluded from that page count. Like proof of funding, for example, is usually excluded because one company may have one bank account that they're providing and another company may have 30 bank accounts that they're providing. And so there are certain groups of documentation that is excluded from the page count limitations because it's difficult to limit certain types of documents that you might need. That would also be, in my opinion, related to like some of these financial documents that you're asking for as far as audits are concerned, or profit and loss statements, or whatever. As different accountants prepare this information for companies, those page limits are going to be different based on how that CPA or accountant provides those documentation. And so when it comes to the criteria associated with finances and proof of funding, most of the time that documentation is excluded from some sort of page count limitation that's being requested. So my only comment is that if we're going to continue down this path of this very robust and detailed application, which is fine, we just have to make sure that we're giving operators a correct amount of pages to provide it with you, for you, or it's going to be a little bit complicated as far as that's concerned. Thank you for really taking into consideration the removal of the financial. I'm forgetting, I'm very tired. I'm sorry. I've been up since like 4:30 this morning at this cannabis conference thing. So
the audit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for removing that or considering making that a little bit easier. Any operating cannabis company is going to be able to provide you with tax records, both sales receipts if that's what you want, federal and state tax returns. We have them all. Everybody should be able to do that, as well as the taxes that they're paying to the state for excise taxes there. Everybody should be able to provide you with profit and loss statements because they need that in order to file their taxes. And so all of those documentation should be available from any currently operating retailer, whether they're in California or any other state that they're operating. So I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for any of that sort of documentation. It should be something they're going to come up with. Obviously, if it's a brand new business who has not operated before in this particular space, it's going to be a little bit difficult, right? Because they're not going to have those documents to provide. And so I can't really address that because I've never been in that particular situation where we don't have some sort of cannabis business that we're able to provide prior documents in relationship to. But I would just say that it should be pretty easy to provide those types of financial statements for your review, and also documentation like a current pro forma. So there it is.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ask your question?
Yes.
You put in quite a few pages of letters here. That was good. Comments.
Yeah,
It's very
you're
well done.
welcome. Thank you.
When it comes to, what was it here, the question I had? Definition of ownership and owners. Can you just talk about that real quick in terms of ownership and percentage of ownership and control and the differences on there?
Can you remind me what I said exactly?
So we have, we talked about ownership in our ordinance and we talked about control, right? Ownership and control are two totally different things. Someone might have an
For sure.
ownership ability, but control over
Yes,
the business,
okay.
right?
Yes, I think what we were probably, if I wrote this letter in stages over many weeks, and so I'm sure what we were probably discussing is that under many local and state regulations, a manager of a store, for example, is considered an owner by way of the fact that they control the business and the day-to-day operations. But there are also owners of businesses who have nothing to do with the day-to-day operations of a business whatsoever because maybe they're just an investor of some sort or something to that effect, but they own more than 20% of the company and they're listed as an owner. So I suspect, and I'm so sorry because I didn't review
That's
that
right.
before I came here today, but I suspect that what we are just asking is that there be some explanation as far as what you are looking for in that qualification section. Are you interested in owners who are actually operating, which many of the folks in this room are? We are owners of cannabis businesses who operate those businesses on a day-to-day basis. Or are you looking for, none of us are probably going to be able to provide you with the manager at this point in time because we don't have a license. So it would be a little bit difficult if you're requesting that a manager's experience be provided unless there is a company who is going to guarantee you that a manager's come. And that's an issue we have debated here over the course of time many times, that it'd be a little difficult to do that since none of us have an actual business here that is cannabis related. So just making sure that you're extremely clear on who you are giving points to for qualifications in that section, which typically I would think the most important part is the people actually operating this business. So the owners who are going to be operating this business on a day-to-day basis are the ones that you would most highly want to review for qualifications in this section. I'm assuming that's what I was writing, but I don't.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But and then to expand on that real quick, interview process. A lot of cities require having an interview with having the actual owners there to the city staff to be interviewed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
The actual ownership.
So this has shifted over the course of time a few different ways. So early on in 2018, 2019, there really were no rules on this. It was sort of like anybody you wanted to show up in your cannabis interview, you could have. And so what you had is really well-prepared consultants and lawyers who would show up on behalf of their clients and give these really amazing presentations about this cannabis business. And then those folks would be selected, but those amazing lawyers and consultants were not actually the ones operating these cannabis businesses. And so over the course of time, there started to become limitations on the number of people you could have in the room for the interview and who those people would be. And it started to become folks who are actually owning and operating those cannabis businesses. And that was where this term of like, who is an owner became really important, because there may be somebody who was going to be a projected manager of this business because they were a really great speaker and operating one of these other cannabis stores, but they weren't necessarily going to be the manager for this particular store. And so there became a debate in a lot of cities of like, well, who the hell gets to show up to these interviews and actually present on behalf of these companies? And so you would really want to make sure you're identifying, is this the folks who are listed in the application as owners who are going to own and operate this store, or is it just going to be some, anybody you want that wants to come up and speak on behalf of your company? And my recommendation would be the owners who are actually operating the store and listed on your application as an owner of this particular business. Those should be the ones that you're hearing from and having present information.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Dodd. I'm the CEO and majority owner of Sweet Flower. I'm actually the majority owner and operator of a number of cannabis businesses in Southern California, all under the Sweet Flower brand. Councilman Malonstein, you actually beat me to it. The CPA letter is the way that Pasadena and Culver City look at financials. Yeah. So a CPA prepares a letter, is reviewed, but it is not, it is somewhat short of an audit, but it is way north of just an operator stating their P&L or the balance sheet. So it's a much better way of looking at total financial package, including maybe tax returns, but definitely the CPA letter is, I think, the standard short of one audit. And we are audited in other cities, in Chico and in Fresno, but in Pasadena, Culver City, they're much more, kind of, they're, I guess, more pragmatic perhaps.
Okay.
I actually want
Can I
to
ask you a brief question to that?
Yes.
What is the cost on something like that, do you know?
It's a little more than you stated, because the CPAs, so Arthur Anderson won't, or Ernst & Young, Deloitte, won't work for you as a cannabis operator. They have a policy of not supporting cannabis businesses for obvious reasons. So we pay around $10,000 for that letter.
Okay.
So it's about half the cost. It takes about 2 weeks to prepare, based on 1 year's financials. I do want to make one other point. Insurance will be difficult to get for any operator. A full insurance coverage before the application is approved. So we can get an LOI, and we have done that in the past and lots of other cities we work in. But actually getting a full insurance quote, we can get that, but actually getting bound insurance won't happen until we have property control, the CUP, all that other things. So I think at best, most operators, no matter what their financial prowess and their strength, will be somewhat limited in the insurance realm. And also most of us will probably, if my experience is to go by, will use a single entity, single member LLC as the entity, as a sub under our umbrella parent company. Now we can use our parent company's financial strength and acumen there, but I think we will find that in most cases we'll want to do our own unique Sweetflower Redondo Beach LLC, which we've already formed as a sub of our parent company. I hope that helps. I want to think about section.
If I might interrupt, the clarifying for the letter of intent that could have detailed insurance coverages.
Yeah,
in that
what
letter
we
of
normally
intent.
do is, so we'll go out to our insurance carrier. There are only actually 3, there used to be 4, there are only 3 insurance carriers that will cover cannabis businesses in California now. So it's quite limited. We'll go out to our broker, he will go out to our carriers, and they'll come back with, that level of insurance will be this much, and we'll get a LOI to bind based on the property, based on all the other things we'll provide to them as a package. And that can happen, relatively quickly, maybe a month. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I want to talk about section 1.4. So our concern here is revenue. As I've stated to the council a couple of times in our letter of October 10th, and then most recently, I guess again this morning, we strongly oppose this revenue requirement. I think it's somewhat spurious and specious to bring in from a different city that has really no similarities to Redondo Beach, an operator's revenue basis from a different city. If we're to adopt that revenue test, firstly, Redondo Beach will be the only city in California to do so, to adopt a purely revenue-based test. Cities across the state have chosen to prioritize different criteria, operational quality, compliance, community benefits, rather than, I believe, an arbitrary revenue figure alone. I don't believe that truly reflects the business's commitment to quality, to operational excellence, to all the things I wrote about in the letter, to opposing the gray market, to working well with cities, to really focusing on location, neighborhood compatibility, community benefits, community engagement. So for those reasons, we oppose, section 1.4. I think that is really a revenue bonus and not a test. I also think that putting, as an operator, and as someone who has a lot of experience in Southern California, and particularly, we own a store in Culver City and in Pasadena, multiple stores in Los Angeles. I can tell you that I think my best guess on revenues in Redondo Beach will be about $7 to $8 million annually per store. And that aligns with the city, which is about $5 to $10 million annually per store. And I think you can get there if you offer delivery, as well as purely a brick and mortar retail storefront, which all Sweetflower stores do. Therefore, I don't understand why we want to have a revenue bar of anything more than $3 million. I mean, $3 million is a store that would exist in a kind of I think a sustainable way in California, in Los Angeles, but not in a strong way. So that I think is the low floor. That's section 1.1. But section 1.4, where we're adding quite significant bonuses for having strong revenue in 20 millions, that is luck. That is a fluke of location and scarcity. That scarcity and that luck probably does not exist in Redondo Beach for the reasons I explained in my letter of this morning and on October 10th. I think that luck, that location in this market, 90,000 people, some scarcity, some adjacency as well. You now have stores in Hawthorne and Culver City. from my point of view, and Gardena, you also have some illegal stores near you, in Torrance and in the city of Los Angeles. So I think that that's most likely to be in that kind of $7 to $8 million range. And therefore, giving bonuses for people who have hit the lottery somewhere else, which is purely luck and scarcity, I think is unfair to most operators. My other comments I can reserve, but frankly, again, I would just focus on the revenue test as something that I think will be specious and is really for operators to suggest should happen. I would challenge that as kind of gerrymandering the ballot before we actually get there. It's really trying to legislate the outcome way before we're looking at the totality of the operator's experience, what they bring to the table. So I would say that, from our point of view, is something that we would not want to talk about any further. That is my comments. I wouldn't want to say the city has done a wonderful job. I know this has been a long process. I'm one of the few operators and owners that's actually come to speak to you routinely. I really appreciate the opportunity to do so, so thank you.
I have a quick follow-up question.
Sure.
Thank you for your letters. I mean, your letters, you had a 12-page letter, today a 2-page letter. I read in here said you are a master's in law from, what school was that again?
I was privileged enough to go to Duke University from New Zealand. So I left my home country 30 years ago and came to Duke, which has been wonderful and changed my life.
Great school.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Best friend.
Pretty good school. So you've been through this. So other cities that you've got were awarded licenses for, when you go through this process, you said you're an owner, you got interview process.
Yeah.
What did you think about Chico?
I think Chico was very strong. I think Chico and Embark, who we frankly work with and compete with in the market, have also noted that Chico was a good process. I think Chico was good because they had a panel of people. Actually, Chico and Culver City were quite similar. They had a panel of city staff, fire, police, finance. City manager was in the room. They limited the process to owners. So I'm a majority owner of every store, not 10%, 1%. I'm 51+% in all of our stores. I'm also operational. I'm in the stores 24/7. If we have any issues, they call me, whether I'm asleep, awake, doesn't matter. I'm in this business. So I think that's important. You want to actually meet the person who's going to be running these businesses. I also have written that I think owner proximity to the business is important. In Chico, we have 2 local partners. They are also in the business 24/7. And the manager is also Chico local. I'm using Chico because you asked, but Culver City, the same thing. I'm actually stationed in.
But Chico's a college town, so it's a little bit different, right?
Chico's a college town, but it's also, Paradise. That town burnt down.
Right.
And 30,000 people came down to Chico and moved in there in 2018.
Okay.
And really changed the dynamic of Chico. Chico just approved 1,200 affordable housing units. So yeah, that's a city that we spend a lot of time in. Our contribution to the city of Chico has been $775,000. And we've also supported 6 nonprofits, 3 of which are for housing. So we love Chico. Also, frankly, the process there worked because there was no challenges. They went through an appeals process.
When you say no challenges, no legal challenges?
No, there was no lawsuits. There was
No
one
lawsuits.
threatened lawsuit. There were 6 or 7 appeals. Appeals are very common. The appeals were heard quickly, and they were heard publicly. So the city council was involved in the appeals. And after that, we went back into deliberation on the final interview round. And then there was a city council hearing that we did with members of the public, fully open session, in front of the entire town. And then Embark, Sweet Flower, and a local company were the 3 winners of the Chico process.
So in effect, the city council was the appeals body.
The city council was the appeals body through recollection in Chico, yes.
And staff ranked and scored, and top 3 came out, and other people then didn't appeal, and it showed up.
From recollection, staff ranked and scored everybody. The top, I believe, 10 applicants were selected for an interview with staff. Staff then scored and ranked that. And then the final 3 were announced after the appeals process had been heard from the first round. So there were a couple of appeals processes in place. I'm going by memory, but I think that's correct. That's how that worked.
What was that city council meeting like? Was it long?
Should go
Actually,
watch it.
it was about 20 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So Chico's had a long history of cannabis. As Mr. Weinstein noted, it's a college town. But before that, it's also been a hub of legal and illegal cultivation for many, many years. It's had a complicated history with cannabis. But most of the kind of storm and drang, you know, the yelling and shouting that does occasionally go on with cannabis processes occurred a year before that. So when the city actually decided, let's do this, and the city did put it on hold as well. There was a pause because there was, I think, a change of council members. They went back in and they were quite fast through the process. And then by the time, you know, we were awarded, that final meeting was kind of okay, you know, we've had all the emotion, we've had the people who are concerned about cannabis. And in our point of view, I'm not going to convince people cannabis is good or bad. I'm just going to convince who's the best operator, you know, who can be trusted. And that's really, you know, the point of that last meeting is you may not like cannabis, but you may be okay with who we are as a business operation. And therefore, we provide you with some surety, some trust and transparency that we'll do the right thing for the city. And that's the point of that meeting.
When were the licenses awarded and when were the businesses opened?
So we were awarded that license in August and we opened it in December of 2022. So it was about a 4-month period. We were very quick.
Wow. Okay.
We moved to CUP within about 2 weeks.
Almost 2 years now you've been open.
Yeah, we opened December 17th, 2022. So 2 years next month.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Obaji.
So, Mr. Dodd, you represent, or you are part of businesses in California. Do you think that, having done business in California, do you think there's unique characteristics of doing business in California as a cannabis company that should limit the licenses here issued by Redondo Beach to California companies?
No. There are a lot of complexities in doing business in California that are not in the regulations. So taxes are very high. Compliance is onerous. There is a huge bubble of people who aren't being paid. Running these businesses is tough. I was at Time Warner Cable, Warner Brothers, and C-suite roles. This is by far the hardest thing I've done. So it is difficult, but you can operate these businesses profitably if you pay attention to the bottom line, which is why my point about revenue is, I'm trying to make that so strongly. Revenue alone is an illusion. But to your question, people from outside California can operate successfully in California. I'm an immigrant. I wouldn't want to suggest that anyone cannot do that, but it is difficult. So I would say that someone who's got a lot of experience in California is probably going to have a better time of it than someone who's got a lot of experience, the same experience, but outside of the state.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Can I ask Ms. Courtney Caron to come back up if you don't mind?
Yeah.
And answer the same question. You represent cannabis companies in California or outside California or both?
All of the above.
Okay, and do you think there's any legitimate reason to keep outside companies that do not have a presence in California from operating here in Redondo Beach?
Oh, to keep them from operating here?
Keep them from, prevent them
Oh,
from.
I mean, I don't think that that's a fair way to go about this at all. I think outside operators should have an opportunity to apply, but if they don't have experience operating in California, it's probably going to be a little bit tricky for them to be successful because California's market has been a roller coaster, as most of us operators here would be able to agree on. And if you are an outsider coming in and thinking you're just going to come here and be successful in that market without really deeply understanding that market, it's probably going to be a little bit difficult for you to succeed. So having qualifications operating a cannabis business in another state, you are going to have some crossover experience there, but it isn't going to be identical to those who have been operating since the beginning in the state of California.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, a few more cards. Paul Fury and Jimena Cabiris after that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I'm the father of 3 Redondo Beach teens. I'm opposed to the opening of any storefront cannabis operations in Redondo Beach. I do not want to open the door to the normalization of cannabis in the minds of our children. They will pass these stores on a regular basis. They're impressionable and more likely to try these psychoactive drugs when it's so visible and attractive. Our children already have challenges making good choices, so many distractions and temptations.
Why would our community leaders want to add another temptation? I feel a delivery-only option would allow Redondo Beach adults the ability to purchase cannabis as allowed by law, and also the city to receive revenue. Lastly, I am apprehensive about making Redondo Beach a drug purchasing destination for out-of-town customers. How many people are going to be coming in here each day to these stores? I just did a quick back of the envelope numbers. If the average customer spends $33 a visit, and the revenues are $3 million a year for the stores, that's 249 customers a day that would have to come through here. If it goes up to 10 million, things are going really well, that translates into about 830 people a day going to these stores. I'm guessing most of those people, well, even if half of them are out of town, that's a lot of traffic that's coming through. I'm sure you've already looked at these statistics and maybe you have a better idea of that than I do, but I find that concerning as well. Thank you.
After Jimena Kibiris, Jonathan Svetko.
Good evening, council members. Jimena Cabrera. I thank you the opportunity to voice my concerns. I have been a resident of Redondo Beach since 2008. I am a mother of a teenage boy who attends Adams Middle School. I am a mother of a teenage daughter who attends Redondo Union. I recently attended a PTSA meeting at Redondo Union and became aware of the city's council plan to open 2 retail cannabis stores in Redondo Beach. I recall that the voters in Redondo Beach had defeated a measure regarding opening retail stores, so I was a little surprised. I have since learned that the measure that was defeated included a wording for the opening of 3 stores. The city council's plan, in light of the defeat of Measure E, is a plan to open 2 stores. I am opposed. 75% of Redondo Beach residents voted against Measure E. 75% of residents said we do not want marijuana retail stores in Redondo Beach. 75%. When we voted no to 3 cannabis retails, we voted no to any number of retailers in Redondo Beach. Please, listen to your constituents. Use your common sense and act in the best interest of our community. Because we elected you to do so. I understand that many of you inherit this issue, but you have the power to end this now. You do have the power to do that. The stores will normalize the use of cannabis in children's minds. Research has shown that children see retail cannabis stores in their daily lives. The idea of using cannabis becomes normalized to them. As a consequence, they are much more likely to use these psychoactive drugs, having a harmful effect in their still developing brains. I support a delivery-only model to prevent the normalization of the use of cannabis in our youth. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you listen to my concerns. Thank you.
Yes.
Just for the residents, the parents who are concerned, specifically, one of the criteria we just reviewed, the good neighbor policy, specifically requires that the exterior building is not gaudy and blends in the surrounding community and is free from product advertisements, meaning these stores should not have cannabis leaves on them. They should not say weed here or anything like that. One should not know that it's a cannabis store unless they're already familiar with, the brand, looked it up online or the like.
May I say something? I'm sorry, you can only speak once. Jonathan Svetko. and then Melissa DeChant.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, District 1. My position remains to this. Nothing more to add to that, other than what you've heard from me countless times in the past. Nothing has changed on that. I did hear something that you just mentioned I thought would be interesting you could pursue. I love the idea that you wouldn't be able to advertise products, show pot leaf stuff on there. Is there any chance you guys could apply those same guidelines to our smoke shops that have green crosses and are showing those kind of products that still remain in there, regardless of how many times I've come to this council to tell you to get rid of them? It seems incredibly irresponsible how you guys keep going around this stuff. Tonight, I see that City Attorney Webb is not here. Respectfully, I'm surprised even with the attorneys that we have on staff or on council here tonight, you guys walked into some major landmines here tonight. You don't even realize it. Hopefully he'll be able to bring it up to you and we'll see it from there. Similarly, I find it very concerning that we've gone through now, we have a second consultant, the consultant who I have seen less and less of at these meetings here. I don't understand why that consultant's not here. We've paid them money. And yet we're allowing the operators to come here and tell you what they want. That to me is very much akin to a teacher asking their class what they want for their final exam to be. Asking the questions, getting the answers ahead of time and applying for that. Whatever you're gonna be looking forward on this, I don't see this process coming into where it's benefiting the residents, nor are you taking the information from the residents. Instead, now you're taking it from the actual applicants going forward without our consultant here and making certain decisions here without our city attorney here that are quite frankly landmines. On the topic of whether or not to have the criteria looking as to what the revenue is, take that as a great example. You had one come up here saying, no, please don't do that. But then we have another one, Steezy, that's coming in here and saying, yes, please do that because we have one of the best shops that are spending all kinds of money. These guys are coming up here trying to do their own self-interest, and yet none of that is necessarily in the best interest of our city here. Certainly hope you'll consider that, but I completely remain opposed to this. I certainly expect more residents to be coming out as this keeps going forward to oppose this as well too, because this is not a responsible plan. Thank you.
Mr. Stavecko, real quick, you were on our task force, right?
No questions for you.
No questions? Okay.
Melissa DeChant, and then Miles Peck.
Good evening, City Council members, staff, and staff, I guess no mayor tonight, Mayor Pro Tem. Congratulations on Measure FP. Hopefully my yard sign was a little bit helpful for that on Catalina Avenue and Avenue B.
Absolutely.
And also I'm thrilled that all of the measures it passed, as well as our school bond measure, which is such an important one. I wanted to correct a few misnomers and a lot of false information that's been spread throughout our community. I am a proud PTA member. I'm on our 33rd District PTA supporting community health concerns, and I do a lot of statewide legislative advocacy work. And as such, I show up at almost every PTA meeting in one way, shape, or form across the 33rd District, and now I'm focusing on every single one in Redondo Beach. We have 7,500 PTA members who I want to make sure are fully aware of what's happening in our city and that their voice is heard and everyone makes the best decision for our city. One thing I want to talk about is the fact that I've heard from cannabis operators, and it has concerned me greatly that this entire conversation is being driven by the cannabis industry. We're not hearing from public health. We're not hearing from school board members. We're not hearing, well, you all are hearing from school board members because we're telling them that they need to talk to you. You're not hearing from the public. Most people that I speak with are fully unaware that this is happening. But one of the things I've heard is that delivery-only models do not provide revenue. And I find that amazing because I just heard a minute ago that delivery models added on to a retail is a good thing. I know that there are many cities in the state of California that do delivery only because it's a safe way of, it's a win-win. Cannabis operators are able to sell, people are able to access cannabis, our youth are protected. And I want to make it clear that I have absolutely nothing against cannabis. I have nothing against the cannabis industry. I have nothing against adult use, and this is not a commentary on adult use in any way, shape, or form. Something that I've heard at the city council meeting 3 times now is that dispensaries decrease cannabis use. That is patently untrue. If you give me 3 minutes, I will pull up 15 peer-reviewed references from this year alone. That is completely untrue. The California Department of Public Health recently commissioned a report, which I've emailed to all of you, on high-potency cannabis. And one of the things that they demonstrated is that wherever there's a retail dispensary in a city, 26% increases in youth cannabis use occur. We know they're not going to dispensaries, they're going to the smoke shops. And to Jonathan's point, it makes me crazy. My daughter walks by a place where she buys art, and it's a smoke shop in that Riviera Village. Anyways, I want to thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate all of you. I may not agree with you all and everything, but I so appreciate you showing up for our city, for our community. I see you at school events, I see you at veterans events, and I appreciate you all. So I urge you to keep this discussion going, and I really urge you to do the right thing for our youth. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question or?
Please.
So, thank you for the kind words and you've always been a big supporter of the city and Al and everybody else was as well too.
And,
So.
well, and I also want to thank you all for every time that you've opened a meeting. Remembering my late husband, Al Mendez, he chaired the Historic Commission, I think, for 5 years. And I don't think there's a person who loved history and loved the history of Redondo Beach more than he did. I mean, I still have stacks of those books and he loved the city. So thank you. I appreciate that.
And I appreciate how you, approach the dais and talk with us in a nice and polite way. But I would tend to disagree that people don't know. We had an election, Measure CT was passed just 2 years ago, enabling a tax on cannabis. And if people aren't aware of that, I can't tell you, what we need to do. We have to take advertisements out or whatever. I understand now people are late, some people are late to the game and they're not aware of it. Maybe parents aren't aware of it. But a lot of the parents that are PTA members, I can guarantee you, people I know voted for Measure CT and their parents. So I don't know if that's completely accurate, but not everybody knows everything that's going on in the city, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that our voting numbers in our local elections are a clear indication of that. And your point is well taken, and I don't mean to suggest that, or mention this in a pejorative manner, that you all are trying to hide what's happening. I think, though, I will tell you with 100% certainty that every single parent I have spoken with about this is not aware of this. They're aware that Measure E passed and that they voted to not have dispensaries. They're not aware about the ordinance going on in this process. And I like the process. It gives everybody a chance to provide their input. So thank you.
And, with all due respect to Councilmember Narenheim, 4 of us up here are parents. We share concerns.
He's a parent of our city.
He's parents of chickens.
Girls. All right.
But we're all parents. We understand, the challenges with teenagers and cannabis, marijuana use. And, I'm sensitive to it. I understand, and that's why we've been kind of rigorous in terms of the regulation of this. And
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm a bench-trained immunologist, and I'm going to side on behalf of our youth and the safety of youth every single time. And I'm going to side on the side of science every single time. They always say, what refutes science? Better science, more science. And I live and breathe that daily. So I appreciate everyone's perspective, but I think it's fairly clear where I stand on this issue. It's ironic. I'm in the process of writing a statewide resolution on restorative justice to help the kids in schools who are penalized for using highly addictive cannabis products so that they have a restorative, non-punitive approach, and we can help prevent the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
So the last card I have is for Miles Peck.
Good evening, City Council. Thanks again for all your work and dedication through this process. Just a few points I want to touch on. I am one of the founders of Supreme, which is a retail group going into applying for a retail license. So I do agree the CPA letter is standard. I think that is a much better compromise than asking operators go through a full audit. I think that will accomplish what you're out to do. I also just want to agree with the insurance requirements. A lot of entities, even if they're a larger operating chain right now, this will be a newly formed entity. And it's impossible to really get binding insurance policies until the store is operational, there's employees in place. So I think, getting an LOI from a broker and a firm is acceptable. I also do strongly oppose the revenue requirement, and I really don't think it's accomplishing what you're setting out to do, which is to qualify an operator. I think going back to some other comments that have been spoken here, like revenue is really driven by market conditions and licenses and population and location. So just because large revenue does not ensure that that operator is going to actually be a compliant and successful operator. And I don't think that's really a good indicator, and to be giving these bonus point structure for that section in the application process where every point is going to matter. I really don't think it's going to accomplish what the goal is out tonight. And regarding out of state, I do think that should be considered. I think, every state has a complex and different regulatory landscape. And I think it's bringing that perspective in and operating experience in from different partners can be a benefit to have that sort of perspective. So I'm not opposed to that. And my final point is I would ask that, I've been operating in the space for a long time since the beginning. I just would ask that the range of operating experience be opened up to not necessarily just like a current store and operating, but to, take into consideration past experience and past operating success. So that's my main points.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else from the audience like to speak?
Are we keeping track of time? Yeah, okay.
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff, people who are here. First of all, I want you to note, I actually have Fernando in Riviera Village designed my jacket for me. So that's coming local. First of all, the fact that parents would not know what's going on, this has been going on since 2017 as far as the discussion here in Redondo. Also, Measure E was not against cannabis. What Matt and putting down Measure E was against the process that operator went through in order to try to have a monopoly here in Redondo and to usurp what the Cannabis Advisory Committee had done and what the City Council was doing. Also, there is information and more is coming out, and I realize it can be contradictory, but if there are not legal dispensaries here in town, they're going to be getting it from the black market. It's going to be sold in the school parking lot. And it's known that if there are legal dispensaries, that becomes limiting because they don't, the parents can be getting legal cannabis from the dispensaries. Also, as you know, I spent 20 years in online child protection in age-restricted industries. So I understand the balance there is between industry and parents working together. I did that for 20 years. And you have to recognize the parents. I was just in the last week and a half, I've been to the Women's March. I've been to the South Bay Women's Summit. I went to the D1 meeting. Rotary Club anniversary. I went to the Veterans Memorial the other day, and even in the Elks Club afterwards. And I had so many people come up to me and say, thank you for what you are doing. Or they're going, you mean it's really not legal? No, delivery isn't legal. And so people are coming up to me who are my age, or maybe most of them were 50 and above, look like me, nice upstanding citizens, and all are saying, thank you so much for doing this. We want to have places that we can go to, that we feel safe going to, we feel safe about the product. And so you really have to balance, what's happening, because we know we can keep kids out. This ID scanning, it works fine. It goes into a database. You know what's going on. So kids are not getting there. They're getting it. They can go into liquor stores. As I mentioned last week, they can go into grocery stores and there's alcohol. And the CDC has said that alcohol is the drug of teens. So we're being treated totally differently. And not that I'm against alcohol. I stopped drinking myself. But the fact that you're going to be treating the cannabis industry like this, then you should be looking at the whole alcohol industry. So it's really hypocritical to be saying, oh, cannabis, wow, parents are taking their kids to parties where alcohol is being served, or they're taking their kids to restaurants where alcohol is being served, or they're going into grocery stores or convenience stores. So you're trying to make it apples and oranges, and it should be apples and apples. So thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we have Nancy Skiba. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking. Nancy Skiba?
Nancy, are you there?
Nancy Skiba, can you hear us? Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Okay.
I have no other hand raised other than Nancy.
Yes. Councilman Narenheim, did you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to a couple of comments from the public. If you can actually share my screen as well. When an aspect of delivery comes to thing here for the public talking about delivery, we don't know who's delivering in the city of Redondo Beach. We don't know who is paying the taxes, who has a business license. We don't know what product they're delivering. We don't know what's been tested, what has been tested. I understand the concerns, more so understand that you want the responsibility attached to it. And we don't even want it to begin with, I get it. But it's happening already, it's happening everywhere around us. And share my screen. And the aspect of delivery is very important to me because we're going after retail shops where we can hold people accountable for what's going on. And could you share 1A, please? It's on there. And I get from the parents talking about and the people wondering about delivery. But we just had a speaker come down. He's been coming down here for months, actually years. He was on our task force, city manager's task force, talking about cannabis. And I just want to stop for a moment because I just want to show, how people in this public space can do something so public in one area and not do it in the other area. And he has, Mr. Savetko has a license, I believe it's Centro LLC in the city of Montebello. And he does delivery. And, we've talked about, I've been to that store before he even opened up and I was there. He was on, like I said, on a task force. And he's had it for a number of years now. And he's come down here and talked about not doing a community engagement plan, a community benefit plan, not community benefit fee, revenue, and talk about being disappointed in us and how we do our business. The problem is Mr. Savetko in September filed a temporary restraining order against the city of Montebello, right here, to prevent them from not renewing or continue to renew their business license in Montebello. And it was because of the fact that he goes through and talks about here irreparable harm we done without court intervention. He sued his own city. He owes, according to his own documentation here, calls it harassment. He owes the city of Montebello $113,755 and has already paid $250,000 in fees and has pushed Savetko to the brink of closure. If the court doesn't intervene, Centro will be unable to continue operating, resulting in a significant financial investment, loss of significant financial investment and the jobs of numerous local employees. And he kind of goes on and talks about how he explains that the city's erratic behavior has placed an overwhelming financial strain on Centro, and despite these substantial ongoing harm, Centro has continuously acted in good faith to resolve these disputes with the city. But he talks about in this complaint to get this restraining order about how the city has come into his business and deal with the business and look at what's going on, because they have a right to do that. So we talked about security plan. He talks about the balance of harm issues of the temporary restraining order. But what ended up happening here is in this temporary restraining order, the judge denied it, saying there is no showing of immediate danger or irreparable harm. Further, there was no sufficient showing of plaintiff's likelihood of success on the merits. There were 15 licenses given out in the city of Montebello. 13 of them are in good standing, only 2 are left. And as of mid to late October, Centro LLC, the one that Mr. Svetko here was coming down and talking to us about, his business license was not automatically renewed. So his conditional use permit is next. So when I see this and I see the speaker come down and talk about responsibility, I really want to make sure we get a responsible operator coming to town. This is why we're doing our due diligence. And I understand the people coming down and speaking about delivery, but delivery, we have very little ability to walk into a retail van that's showing up and delivering on any one of these apps. So I'm going to submit this to the record so everyone can see. I don't think it's fair that I just simply have it here. I'll put it part of this agenda item, email it to the city clerk. I think it's very important that we have this conversation, we have this part of the facts, because we had so many owners here talking on behalf of their businesses that we have the businesses show up and show that, hey, this is why I keep asking, are you paid up on your taxes? Are you paid up on community benefit fees? Do you owe anything? Do you have a successful business? And again, I want to say one more time, in the city of Montebello, 13 businesses, licenses holders are valid. 2 of them are not. Both lost their licenses, or business licenses have not been renewed. And one of them is actually expanding further. So let's do this right. Let's move forward. Thank you. That's what I want to respond to.
Councilman Obashi.
Just for the record, if you could show 2B, please. This is in, when was this? Let's see. 133 weeks ago, but it was October 2022. And this is a campaign that I and other council members undertook to understand from residents what it is they wanted to see relative to cannabis in Redondo Beach. And that was prompted because a cannabis entrepreneur decided to go circulate a petition and got a lot of signatures very quickly to put his item on the ballot that was going to be self-serving. And so we undertook the endeavor of, hey, what do you want to see? And the truth was, cannabis was already here in Redondo Beach. It is here. And the question is, are we going to do something about it so that we have revenue to engage in cannabis education, to get our police department out there educating our youth on this substance, or our schools, or after-school programs, whatever the mechanism may be. But right now, there's both revenue and control that we're totally losing out on because we're not engaged on the subject, and it's entirely in the black market. So we've done our homework on this. It was a long time ago. It's just taken so darn long to get it through because we're being uber diligent about it. And anybody who saw the consultants that we had here not too long ago would know why they're no longer here. I didn't see them as a value add. I know other people up here did not see them as a value add. So I find these conversations very productive, and they're open to the public, and they're occurring where anybody and everybody can hear and see what's being said. That's all. Thanks.
To just add to that point a little bit, I had a resident send me a picture of a flyer of another smoke shop that's opening on 190th. So these continue regardless of the cannabis stores, the operations that we are trying to regulate and make safe for our community. And I hope that with this, this engagement that we have, that we are going to reduce the number of smoke shops in our community. That is my personal goal. I think I don't want to see them anymore. So I'm very disappointed that seems to be the only business that we're bringing in right now, and I'd like to get rid of it. Any other comment?
Yeah, thank you. Two things. One is, when we talk about this, and it's to your point, I actually talked to a council member up in the city of Fairfield, which is outside of Sacramento. This person's a very conservative individual. He's a former police officer. And I said, what's your thoughts on having dispensaries? He goes, actually, it's been great for our city. I said, really? He goes, yeah. I go, you're a law and order kind of guy. He goes, yeah. I go, aren't you concerned about youth? He goes, listen, it brought back our city. It was very industrial. It cleaned up our city. It's completely regulated. We have an eye on it, and I'm a former cop. So if anybody's gonna be opposed to it, it's gonna be me. The other thing that was very convincing to me was a couple years ago when we were talking about this, Chief Hoffman was in front of us, and he was describing an illegal dispensary that was robbed. And I don't know if you all remember this or not, the guard immediately gave up their gun when there was an armed robbery. And what was convincing to me was he said, because it's not regulated and because it's not, there's no license granted by the city, we didn't have cameras there. It took us 4 days to realize there was an armed robbery there. If we had cameras on them and knew that this was an armed robbery in progress, we would have surrounded it within minutes and caught the people. So to your point, Councilmember Kalaturovich, this is happening. We need to be able to control it. We can turn a blind eye and say, it's not happening, we're worried about youth, and I understand, we're all worried about youth. It's happening whether they're licensed or not. I guarantee you that kids are getting it right now. I know it for a fact. Will this lead to increase? It may, but it probably will not, because it'll be tightly controlled and regulated, just like liquor stores are. But kids get liquor as well, too. So let's not blind ourselves to think that this isn't going to happen. It's going to happen whether we have stores or not. The question is, how do we control it? And the other question is, how do we foster business environment and provide something that adults have overwhelmingly voted for? So I'm with you. I would like to see fewer of these and tightly regulated. So I agree with that. But I do understand people's concerns. Thank you.
Any other comments for this item? Okay. You have some comments from us. Any other direction you need tonight?
No, that is all I need from you tonight.
Okay,
Thank you.
Director House.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Wait, when are you going to be coming back on this?
I can come back as early as that last meeting in December with a scrubbed ordinance for your review, along with all the updated criteria that we discussed at the last two meetings. Hopefully a whole package for you guys to go through at that meeting.
Okay, you don't need anything else from us? Any direction, anything?
Not
Okay.
right now.
All right, perfect, thank you.
City Manager, you're comfortable with that?
Yes, I am. That timeframe works. We'll work with the city attorney's office to have a hopefully fully drafted ordinance with an incorporated appendix with our selection criteria that references all your direction. And we'll take in the last input that we received on these final matters and have for you a draft consideration. We won't introduce the ordinance or recommend it for introduction. I think we'll just have a full read of a comprehensive draft document.
And would that be the proper time to address some of the other issues we've discussed, include, yes?
Yeah.
Youth center definition and other things?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the input that you've provided, throughout this conversation, hopefully we'll be able to incorporate there and clarify those outstanding issues if there are any.
And then I would just encourage all council members to maybe go over it with Director House in advance. I find it super helpful to direct the meeting in a efficient way.
We'll circulate the draft as soon as we have it ready.
Right, that would be great. Moving on, city manager items, do we have any?
You all mentioned Measure FP, Measure RB, our other items locally. Statistically, things are heading in a very positive direction. There was another data deposit just before the start of actually during our closed session meeting. We continue to show very positively with those results. We'll have an opportunity to celebrate hopefully later. Along those lines, I did want you to be aware that we're preparing a next steps item related to Measure FP in particular, assuming these results hold. likely for the first meeting in December, where we'll talk about the various policy considerations that will be before the council as a sequential series of steps for us to implement and begin construction of our new facilities, assuming we're fortunate enough to win this particular measure. So congratulations to all of you, all of your work, the community, and our associations, and really stepping up for what is a once in a generation type of endeavor for the community. So fingers crossed, but very exciting. And we will give you a little bit of a kind of a high level discussion item to talk through what comes next after.
When is that coming?
Likely December 3rd.
December 3rd?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
Assuming the agenda is light enough to handle it, otherwise December 10th.
got it. Okay, mayor and council items, Councilman Narenheim.
Let me check. I don't think I have anything. Hold on, let me check. No, we got the resolution for Small Business Month coming up, right? Next week?
Small business.
Small Business Month?
Yes,
Sorry,
yes,
right.
yes.
Okay, and I'll get to you the bio for Mr. Epstein
Thank you.
next week. Thank you. That's it.
Councilman Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilman Obaji.
Yes. Are we like this month, Mr. Wazanski, such that we could have something next week that doesn't require any staff advance approval?
We can. The items that we're holding next week for you to have final review of the city clerk, city treasurer, mayoral residency, and whatever other charter issues I think were last outstanding. You will be calling for the elections in early December. So that's really what we're holding for the 19th. So you'll be tackling those items next week. Is there room for perhaps one small item? I would think perhaps, yes. It depends on.
I'd like to make a referral for next week for commissioner rules and discussion, kind of how, Councilmember Kaljarovich and I have gone over this at a meeting actually where we came up with some goals, current problems and current proposed resolutions. And I think Mr. Carmichael just identified one more for us. So I think we can, and this doesn't need to be, we've come up with a final resolution on next week, but we just start to discuss the parameters that we can all agree on of how we want the commission council dynamics to move forward.
We certainly have that conversation. There was a previous referral referring to council meeting rules, update of code of conduct, and we had talked about attendance. I think those items were maybe being prepared in conjunction with the city attorney's office. This is more
slightly
specific.
different. So, I mean, I can get into it, but this is having, for example, during every council commission meeting, at the end of the meeting, they'll have an item where they select which commissioner is going to come to council next, and during a specific part of our council meeting, report what happened at the commission, what were the referrals from that commission, what do they want the council or the commission to do next? So there's discussion. We don't get to watch the commission meetings. We have no idea what's gone on there until we get somebody upset like this, and so we just need to get a little more information about what's going on there. And it is, attendance was one of the things that we discussed. But if they do have a referral and they, for example, don't have a means to make the referral for a follow-up item at the commission level, then it needs to come, we need to be informed of that, so that if one of us wants to champion that for them, then we can make that referral. So just a little more, and I think that empowerment is essential for them to feel like, hey, we're doing something on this commission, not just holding the seat for the sake of holding the seat and sitting and getting the title, right?
Yeah, it's a substantive issue, and I think it's worth a discussion for sure. It might be worth, I mean, if we are willing to two-step it, maybe we can have an introductory conversation next week and then move on. But there's a lot to this, and each commission operates differently. There's a lot of factors in how productive they are, what liaisonships can be provided, et
So
cetera.
maybe just next week could be an introduction where Councilmember Kaljurevich and I, or Mayor Pro Tem and I go over what we've come up with. Other council members share their ideas for what they'd like to see, and then staff takes that to incorporate it into whatever they're coming back with.
Yeah, we could do that, as long as you're not, yeah.
To be able to go through that. You think we can do it next week? I don't know.
I think I see it as like an introduction of
It's
what
introduction,
we've
yeah.
discussed, kind of laying it out. Do you have comments?
Throw out your
and then
ideas and then.
direction going forward.
Yeah.
So nothing decisive, but
Good conversation, good direction, go from there.
yeah,
All right.
That's the motion.
yeah, I'll second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, anything else, Councilman Obaji?
That's it, thank you.
Councilman Barrett?
Nothing.
All right, I do have one. In light of the strong numbers for Measure FP at this point, when it's officially called, there was part of a budget motion that other funds would be redirected to the shooting range CIP project. Does there need to be any discussion about that?
No,
Does it
your
need to be an
council,
automatic thing?
your budget motion was clear on if-then scenario,
Okay,
so.
then it'll be, we get the certified election, and then it's just gonna appear in that account, is what you're telling me?
It will transfer over as part of the next reflected, either at mid-year or as part of the next year CIP. We'll do a mid-year CIP update for you. It'll be
Okay.
reflected there.
Can I
But
get clarification on that? So the money, you're saying the money that was going to go towards repairing the fire?
Yes, there was 250,000 for fire, there was 250,000 for police.
it was very specific, the
And there
motion.
was 189,000 for dormitory improvements. That was specifically said that those three things would transfer over to the shooting range CIP.
Yeah, that's generally my recollection. It's very specific in the motion that,
It just
It's
so
part of the
happened
adopted
that
budget.
we had to approve the minutes for that meeting today, so.
you
there.
caught that
It's
there.
in there.
Yeah, it's in the, if you look at the adopted motion, in the adopted budget, it says that very clearly. That was one of your action items.
Yeah. And then I feel like there was something on the smoke shop issue that we had made a referral for before about, is there a way to regulate the number of them in the city? I'm very displeased that we have another one opening.
Yeah,
And-
I don't, we can certainly research whether or not there's an ability to limit that type of business or,
Right. So we have, I know we have a limit for massage parlors, and ironically, this one's opening up right next to the massage
I don't know
parlor.
if there is a
So
limit on massage parlors, because they seem to be on every block. Where it's below.
Can we, yeah,
There's more on PCH.
so let's not have
Yeah.
a, what, maybe we need to find out how many.
what you
we
would, what you would do is the referral would be to come back with an agenda item, discuss, are there ways to regulate smoke shop?
Yes,
businesses
and
in the
I assume there's some CIP requirement, I mean, and if not,
CIP?
or sorry, CUP
I-
requirement, I mean,
That would be one of the
if-
potential ways to regulate, but I don't think there is currently.
we have CUPs on darn near everything, and
And
I'm,
it's considered retail, so it runs with, it might run with land, et cetera. So
Right.
it
So-
it might lead into a bigger conversation about,
yes, so I would love to make a referral to agendize a discussion about what we can do to regulate the number of smoke shops throughout the whole city.
we can do it at a fairness to the poor community development department. We
No,
we need a little
I-
time on that.
I just want it on the list.
Okay.
Any second on that?
Does legal need to provide input?
They will have to as part of that conversation, yes.
And do we know if legal's looked at that issue already? It's kind of been in the air for a little while.
I'll have to find out. I can't tell you for certain. Mark might know. He might have talked to Mike or his staff about it, but it's not something that's immediately I'm aware of.
Okay. You seconded?
Yes.
Councilman Barrett, are you reluctant to have this conversation?
No,
haven't
Oh,
looked at it.
there he is.
We have not been asked to look at it.
Okay.
And then, no, I was just thinking, and then the question of whether the city can regulate the types of products. We've had a couple presentations where a member of the public brought in a big bag and there were things in it. And
Yeah.
That's been looked into.
Yeah,
by our police department, yes.
okay.
Can that be part of the discussion as far as what
Gonna
what
talk
they've already-
offline?
Yeah, I think we're getting probably into the more substantive here, but if we can have a conversation about smoke shop and if,
Limiting.
and other products, if you'd like, as part of that conversation, but we certainly can let you know offline what the results of that
Yeah, that'd be great.
look produced.
You've got amazing powers. You bring out the almighty down when you need the city attorney, but I have no such luck.
You gotta speak louder. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those are my only referrals. Then can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. For 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.